So after a slight lull in the proceedings, play will continue. Kejel Tyson probably getting a change of helmet. He's ready to go. And faces Williams. Gets it off the hip, down to short fine leg, gets a quick single. See Sandy Point snappers making some slight changes to the field. Swing and a miss there by Dida. Goes to the keeper. Jani Dida. Both batters, of course, right-handers. Played to short extra cover. Straight to the man who gets a good bounce. Another good delivery. Fended once more. This time it goes straight back up the track. Oh, it's knocked down. It's not normal in 2020 cricket that you see two opening bowlers going bowling their first 3 overs in succession, but this is what we are seeing here today from the Sandy Point Snappers. Of course, they have been good, driven, and well, it's fielded their short extra cover and a run. So I have a couple of spectators in at the moment, looking on. Taking on the thigh pad. An attempted turn into the onside. The ball drops in front of Dida. as the over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 6, the Brownhill Dolphins, they're 29 for no loss. Fairly slow progress at this point, but they have not lost any wicket as yet. And we have just had just one boundary scored so far. In fact, technically we would have had 2 boundaries. There was some overthrows for 4, but boundaries in terms of actually coming from the bat, just the one boundary. So we are going to see the first bowling change from the media center end. And it's Teran Busu comes into the attack. Busu wearing the number 21. He's left armer. Left arm leg spin. So this one peels off the outer portion of the bat and goes down to the third man boundary for 4. First delivery there from Busu. And takes the score out to 33. Yes, it's in fact Hamilton. Hamilton, who seems to be the captain of the Sandy Point team, he's making his way. In fact, he's going to a short third man. This one with the arm goes into the right-handed Tyson. More of a hoik there by Tyson. Goes down to square leg and gets a single. Fielder from deep mid-wicket moving smartly to his right to cut off the boundary. And the one more to Tyson, so he goes to 24. It's 34 for no loss. Oh, there's a loud appeal. Umpire Watley does not agree with that one, as Tyson was struck on the pad. And thanks to ground beef, I don't know who that is, but thanks to powerfully struck back to the bowler who took it on the bounce. And end of the over. So the Brownhill Dolphins would be Trishan Francis, Adissa Farrell, Shahid Tyson, Colin Kesron Archibald, he's the captain, Kenron Freeman, Jani Dida, he's also the wicketkeeper of the team. There's Krishna Gadari. There's also Carlon Bowen Tuckett. Jaden, in Callan Bowen took it. There's Jaden Michael and Kezell Tyson. And I've been updated. Ground beef, of course, is my good friend Julian. So that's the team. In fact, there's also Jevon Manners, and that's the team there for the Brownhill Dolphins. And for the I'll get the Sandy Point team in a while for you. Of course, this is the cool and smooth T20 competition going on here at Warner Park. It's a short mid-wicket. And it's fielded and there's no run. So changing the bowling once more. Now changing the bowling from the far end. And it's Tyree Jeffers who medium pacer comes in from the far end. This time it's driven to short mid-wicket, fielded no run. So for the Sandy Point team, it's Teron Busu, Adrian Williams, Kevin Hanley, Tyree Jeffers, who's in the attack now, Wilden Cornwall Jr., Lyth Brown, Jamal Hamilton, driven up to mid on a quick single, and they get it safely as there was some fumbling there by the fielder at mid-on. And that fielder, of course, being... well, just to continue the Sandy Point team, it's Jamal Hamilton, there's Welton Edwards, Anthony Keynes, Xavier Saunders, he's the wicketkeeper, Kian Pemberton, and that's basically the team there for the Sandy Point Dolphins. The Snappers, sorry. So when he gets a single, taking a big swing at that one, ran into the gully region. So Jeffers once more over pitches outside the off stump, pretty close to being called a wide. Jamal Hamilton, of course, not wearing the gloves today. Young Saunders doing the honors. Aggressive shot there being played, missed completely. It's good to see people like Wilden Cornwall Jr. out there. So Bosu will continue. And he has square leg, long on, back on the boundary. There is also long off on the boundary. Cover is just about 3/4 out towards the boundary. And then there's inner ring in the air, and it goes all the way for 6. Good shot there by Kejel Tyson, clearing long on and bringing up his second 6. And with that 6, the score now has gone on to 49 for no loss. This is a good start by the Brownhill Dolphins. And Tyson has his score. In fact, he's on 31. And the score 43. Oh, there's a quick single. The return goes to Bosu. It's wide of Bosu. Move to his right to retrieve just one by. So one more to the score. Turned into the onside of his pads by Dida. It goes up to mid-wicket. Mid-wicket is off the boundary to field. And just a single. So here is one going down to short final leg. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. In fact, bad cricket there by the bowler, not really keeping his eye on the game, and the ball going past him and going down towards the straightish long off position and allowing an extra run. So the Brownhill Dolphins, they have progressed now to 48, and we're in over number 9. Shortish punch into the offside, beats the man at cover and goes for 4. That's a good shot. It was short, he was onto the back foot and slammed it between extra cover and cover. Extra cover is short, cover is a bit deep, but he never seemed to have had a chance. And that, of course, brought up the 50 for the Brownhill Dolphins. It's now 52 for no loss. So, good start there by the Brownhill Dolphins. Jeffers will continue. $53 for no loss. Tyson has gone on to 35. And Dida, who's a lot more quiet, he has faced some 30 deliveries for his 9 runs, as opposed to Tyson, who has so far faced 25 deliveries and has scored some 35 runs. And he's struck 3 4s and 2 6s. Short lifting outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. Paya Luther Kelly at the far end seems to be in a very lenient mood today. That one pretty close to being called a wide. This one will be called a wide, as it's down the onside, wide of the leg stump, going through to the keeper. So wide signal this time. Overpitched or whatnot, taking full toll of there by Dida. Seems to be having some issues timing the ball, Dida. He's been there for some time. He's been struggling a bit. Tyson, on the other hand, he has been a lot more fluent. He's driving and he goes up to mid-on and gets a single. So Jeffers once more from the far end. This one is pummeled up to long on for single there by Tyson. Takes his score to 37. It's 57 for no loss. And we are just approaching halfway in this innings for the Brownhill team. Played up towards mid-wicket for single by Dida. And the over comes to an end. So we have had 10 overs completed. And 10 overs and 57 runs on the board and going at 5.7 runs per over. But despite the fact that the Sandy Point snappers, they have not been able to pick up a wicket, they've kept things fairly well in check. Just allowing 5.7 runs per over. So the bowlers have been fairly tight. Bowling change from the media center end. It's Keynes who bowls to Dida, punches down to long off and picks up a single. Anthony Keynes, of course. Left arm, he's going over the wicket. This one is tugged into the onside, up towards mid-wicket there, thinking of a second, decides against it. And just a single to Tyson, to Kedgel Tyson. Takes him on to 37, it's 59 for no loss. Keynes once more. Short turn down towards long leg. They should get a second run. In fact, they really trotting through for the second run. No real urgency being shown there that time, but 2 runs to Dida takes him on to 14 and takes the score on to 61 for no loss, and we're in over number 11. So Didier, who was a strike rate of just about 39, which is pretty low in a 20 match. Needs to get going. He's using up balls and not really showing signs of aggression. This one is wide of the off stump. I think the umpires today, they're very lenient, but perhaps the batsman moved, and I would give the umpire the benefit of the doubt that time. The batsman probably moving across. This one punched up to extra cover, and Hamilton, with his usual antics, drops it, encourages the batsman to take a single, and the over comes to an end. Bowling change from the far end. It's light brown. Comes into the attack. Starts well. On target. Bowling right arm off spin. Field for him predominantly onside. There's a short third man inside the third. In the air. Edwards gets on there. Takes the catch. And the first wicket going down, that's of Kejel Tyson, being caught there by, in fact, it's Busu who would have taken that catch. And Tyson is on his way for 37. So the new batsman is Archibald. And he's off the mark immediately, playing this one up to long on for a single. Dida, who has been rather slow, rather sluggish. He has been going at 35.9 runs per 100 ball. That's his strike rate. Hamilton making some adjustment to his field. So, light coming on and immediately striking, picking up the critical wicket as this one goes down towards fine leg. Cornwall Jr. is after it, loses the battle, and 4 runs signaled there by umpire Luther Kelly. So perhaps an inside edge and running away. In fact, that would be Dida's first boundary, and that would take his score on to 60. This the overall score. His score on to 18, and the score on to 66 for 1. Oh, well fielded there. There should be a run out. In fact, the bowler drops the ball. The return was a good one. The stumps are broken, but the bowler seemed to have dropped the ball. That's young Brown, light brown. And the batsman was out of his ground. Ball being returned on the bounce there by Bosu. Perhaps if he had just lobbed it to the bowler, had quite a bit of time in which to run that fielder out. See William Cornwall there, probably looking to roll back the years. Very prolific Leeward Island batsman over the years. For Antigua, the assistant coach, of course, for the Leeward Islands team. Good bit of feeling there by Hamilton, and sends the return to the Brown, who is at the far end. Brown is having a bit of an argument there with his captain, but he should have taken that one. And at this level of cricket, he should have taken that return, perhaps suggesting to his captain that the return was not a very efficient one. The ball going into the offside, and the 2 run-out chances going a begging there for the Sandy Point Snappers. Toss, of course, won by the Sandy Point Snappers, and opting to chase, opting to take the field. Kezwan Archibald coming in at number 3. Short, he's playing this one over the infield, and in fact it's dropped there on the extra cover boundary by Williams, and the ball ricochets from his hands and goes across the line for 6. A bad miss there by Williams, and he bows his head in embarrassment. Easiest of catches. He could have closed his eyes and taken that one, and would have to try once more. That's a poor miss there. Very critical one indeed. Short, going down the onside, and now signaled by umpire Watley, the wide signal, so 1 more to the score. The Brown Hill Dolphins looking to accelerate at this point. Lights are on at this point, looking to take effect. It's still all in the afternoon, driven powerfully up towards long off. Williams is around, field sends a good strong with. In fact, it's a wide one. It's not as good as I thought it was. It was wide of Keynes, the bowler, and they were quickly back for 2 runs. So Archibald are really looking to accelerate at this point and really looking to push things along for his team. He has rushed on to 10. And he's swinging. Goes up to mid-wicket. They're thinking of a second run, going back for it. And gets it quite easily. That's good run in there by the 2 Brownhill batsmen. So Archibald seems to be going for Brooks here. He's looking to push things along. And he's swinging and bowled. In fact, it's an inside edge. I saw the bowler. They're suggesting that, it might have struck stumps, but in fact, it was an inside edge going down to a fine leg for 4. So perhaps the indication from the bowler there is that how perilously close that one would have passed to the stumps. But at the end of the day, it was 4 runs. And 4 runs into the books. So Archibald is really swinging for the hills. 16 from 6. 83 for 1. Went over number 13. Over pitched. And Hamilton is going across to his right to field, and there's just a single. Keynes is driven up to long off. Surprisingly, they decided against that single. That was quite an easy single. Pemberton was right back on the boundary. The ball traveled all the way up towards the boundary, but perhaps Archibald is thinking that Dida is not really timing the balls well, and he's looking perhaps to take most of the strike at this point. So Busso comes back from the far end. Replaces Brown. Brown who adjusts the solitary over. In fact, it's not going to be Busso. It's in fact Welton Edwards who comes into the attack from the far end. So Light Brown had 1 over, conceding 7 runs and picking up the wicket, getting the only wicket to fall as Edwards comes into the attack. Off a short run, swung in the air, over long on 6. Drops just in the area of the boxes on top, the southern stand. Good shot. And I'm pretty certain Archibald would enjoy this sort of bowling off a short run. Military medium. Short, and he's swinging and missing. So Archibald is really going for Brooks at this point. He's looking to accelerate the scoreboard, and he's done so far. 23 runs from just some 9 deliveries. And it's 90 for 1 in over number 14. Wide of the off stump, signal by umpire Luther Kelly. As we would say in local parlance, Edwards probably hiding that one, realizing that Archibald is looking to go after him. He's swinging and missing, and it goes through to young Saunders behind the stumps. So, seems as though Edwards is in some problems there with his boot. Seems to have lost the sole of his boot, of his left boot. And let's see the umpire. You'd have to have that replaced. I don't think you'd be in a position to continue with the sole of his. In fact, I might be wrong. It seems as though there was something lodged in his spikes, and umpire Watley doing the job there. So he's all set and ready to go. 91 for 1. Swing and a miss and bowled. So you miss, I hit. And in the end, the battle won there by Welton Edwards bowling Archibald for a quick fire 23. So it's now 91 for 2. Brownhill Dolphins, of course, they do have wickets in hand. Just 2 wickets down. We are in over number 14. And it's 91 for 2. So, no doubt they'll be thinking in terms of looking to accelerate at this point and to get a wiggle on. New batter, of course, Tristan Francis. Dida has been there. He's been rather obdurate. 19 runs from 42 deliveries. And, of course, he's striking at 45.24. This, of course, could go up. He's there. He knows what the pitch is doing. He has been there for some time, although he has not been timing it. And Francis is swinging immediately, gets it from the inner portion of the bat, gets it down to a backward square and picks up 2. So it's obvious the approach of the Brownhill Dolphins at this point, with wickets in hand, they would be looking to continue to accelerate. Archibald, the captain, he would have increased the momentum while he was there. Swing, and it's going up towards long off. In fact, it's all along the ground. They're going back for the second run. The return is not a good one. Wide of Edwards at the far end. And the batsmen are back for 2. So, show of aggression there by the Brownhill Dolphin batters. 95 for 2. Current run rate, they're going at 6.79 runs per over. And projected score being 136. I'm pretty certain that they would be hoping to get a bit more than this. Probably get somewhere in the region of 160 runs. And Didier, of course, he has been there for some time. He needs to start to push on. By now, he should have read what the pitch is doing. He should have picked up the pace of the pitch. And he should be looking to accelerate also. Another 6 overs to go. But Anthony Keynes will continue. See the changes being rung to the field. Short third man, there's a point. Cover sweeping, short extra cover long off. Swings and gets it between mid-wicket and square leg and down to the boundary for 4. So the intention shown there by Didier is looking now to accelerate. And he must do so at this point. He's been there for some time. 99 for 2. We see short mid-wicket going back. Busu going back onto the mid-wicket boundary. There's a square leg on the boundary. Wide-ish long on. He's banging this one down to long off. And gets a single only. But his intentions are clear. He's looking to score. He's looking to accelerate. The left-handed Francis comes in to strike. See adjustments being made in the field for Francis. There's a short third man. Point, cover sweeping. Extra cover. There's a long off on the onside. Short backward square. In fact, he's been asked to come to his right, a bit squarer. Mid-wicket on the boundary. And a straight mid-wicket on a long on. In fact, a square leg mid-wicket and the long on. Short and pulled into the onside. It's going out towards backward square. They're going back for the second run. And 2 more. So this is really the point of acceleration. So Didier, his strike rate now has gone up to 54.55. And Francis, who is looking to reverse, misses and through to Saunders. Looked rather uncomfortable playing that shot. Don't know how much he would have practiced that shot. Think he might have seen more of it on TV as opposed to being able to play the shot. Down the onside, it misses everything. Batsman misses, the keeper misses. We'll get the signal in a wide. So, wide signal, 5 of them by umpire Watley. And 5 more to the Brownhill Dolphins score. 107 for 2. And the current rate has now gone up to 7.38. And the rate, of course, going in the right direction for the Brownhill Dolphins. Keynes. Short and pulled down to long on. In fact, they're going back for a single as the fielder down there a bit sloppy. It's on the long and boundary, it's Kean Pemberton, the guilty party, allowing a second run. Good aggressive cricket being played there by the Brownhill Dolphins. Shot and pulled into the onside up to square leg. Just a single this time. So 110 for 2. In fact, it should be 111 for 2 with the adjustment on the scorecard. So Welton Edwards continues from the far end. Good running once more there by the batsman for the Brownhill Dolphins. Looking for the second run, taking the first one quickly and going back for the second run. 112 for 2. Into the offside, and this could be a run out. In fact, Brown there, not alert, not sending the return to the keeper. What happened there is that Francis had fallen on the far end. Didier was looking for a second run, not realizing that Francis had fallen. Didier seemed to have been stranded about halfway down the pitch, and was able to regain his ground, feeling not alert there in the offside. $112 for 2, 7.29 the current rate. At that rate, they'll get to 146. This one is played up to Hamilton. Just a single. Last 5 overs, the Brownhill Dolphins would have scored some 53 runs and lost 2 wickets, 10.60. So that rate going in the right direction. And they'll be looking to up it a bit more. They have wickets in hand. Just 2 wickets down. Swings in the air. Fielder is getting around on it and takes the catch, throws it back to his teammate, and that's Busu. And the batter is out. But he in fact accepts the fact that the catch was taken. Very interestingly, you see a lot of this happening in international cricket. Umpires, of course, having a chat, but the catch seemed to have been cleanly taken. And the third wicket going down for the Brownhill Dolphins. So tell me something. Who's the playbacks on this thing? That, of course, being Jaden Carmichael. Jaden Carmichael, of course, would have played for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots last year. He would have played for the Trinbago Knight Riders, a left arm leg spinner. Hails from Nevis. So a player of some experience. So, but I was telling the lady, right? Well, here we saw another dismissal. Hamilton fumbling a bit with that one, but in the end took the catch and did the departs for 25, an agonizing innings, of course, going at 54.35. So the Brownhill Dolphins lose their fourth wicket. I was telling the lady it would have been, well, she was telling me something about card to shot or something like that. You told me that the card is to shot. The card it would have been, yeah, it would have been better for you all to operate from here. So we could see the game better from over here. Ideally, it would have been ideal for the commentator to be there because when you tournament this year, selected to go to Ireland with the academy team, punched nicely into the offside by Carmichael, just a single. So it's 121 for 4. And at this rate, it seems as though the Brownhill Dolphins would get to 146. The question is whether or not that would be enough runs. Keynes down the onside. That might have come from something. I'll wait for the umpire. It runs away for 4. Signal comes, leg bites. It came from the part of Tuckett and ran down to the boundary for 4. So 4 welcome runs there. $126 for 4. Dolphins could possibly get 250 outside the off stump. And Tuckett is picking up the line and allowing it through, perhaps thinking that the umpire might have signaled wide. But umpire Watley did not, and threw it went to the keeper. Announcer suggesting that the score is 124 for 4. Scores here showing 126 for 4. In fact, the scoreboard is showing 126 for 4. Jeffers comes back into the attack from the far end. Swung powerfully, in fact, driven all along the ground, beats the man coming to his left there at long on. In fact, it's the captain Hamilton, and goes for 4. Good shot. Good start to the over there by Carmichael. Good start to the over for the Brownhill Dolphins. Ball seemed to have been a bit lost on the covers. It seems as though it went over the covers, and in fact, Hamilton he seems to have found it now. He was looking under the covers and seemed to have picked it up, but powerfully struck there by Carmichael, and earning himself 4 runs. Swinging and missing outside the off stump this time. We look at the field here for Jeffers, who's bowling from the far end. Right arm medium. There's a short third man. Backward point cover sweeping, extra cover. This one takes him on the body, quick single. Well run. He's also long off, long on, back on the boundary, mid wicket, back on the boundary. Short fine leg in Cornwall. So Keynes would have completed his 4 overs. 4 overs conceding 39 runs, and they're picking up a wicket. Another 2 overs after this one. Played up to cover by Tuckett. Takes the first one quickly. But Keynes is quickly in from the boundary. And just a single. Carmichael swings over, extra cover, 4 runs. Good shot. It was there in the zone to be hit, And he struck it well and struck it over short extra cover. And it raced away to the boundary for 4. Airborne, of course, but well placed. Jeffers, over pitch. And this time it's played up to Hamilton, who comes in from off the long off boundary and just a single. So 137 for 4. And at this rate, the Brownhill Dolphins will certainly get to at least 150 runs if they continue at this rate. They do have wickets in hand, just 4 wickets down, so they're going quite well. And just to remind listeners, the Sandy Point Snappers, they would have won the toss and elected to insert the Brownhill Dolphin. But Kian Pemberton comes back. A man who would know these two players quite well, Carmichael and Tuckett, both of these players coming from out of Nevis. Pemberton himself from Nevis, from the Government Road area. Tuckett, of course, is from the Government Road area also. And Carmichael, I'm not too certain which part of Nevis he actually hails from, but I know that he would have grown up in Nevis. Kian Pemberton, who as a young player would have shown quite a bit of promise as a fast bowler. Pai Watley indicating that the Captain Hamilton and his bowler is taking too much time in setting the field. Time is slipping by and time is of the essence. So the penultimate over of this innings being bowled by Pemberton, and Carmichael is in strike. He's playing in the air, goes down to point, and just a single. And the Busu had some running to do to his right, but he fielded well, and just a single. Pemberton, who is a bit pacey. Long run. Almost just inside the 30 yards circle. Sets off. Tuckett is driving uppishly up to cover. And just a single. Sandy Point Snappers, of course, would be happy just to give away singles at this point. This being the penultimate over of the innings. 2 deliveries so far, just 2 singles. Driven, peels off the outer portion of the bat, goes down to third man, and just a single. It's Edward who is down there on the third man boundary. So it has been good so far for the Sandy Point Snappers. They're just conceding singles at this point. This one is driven. Just another single. Up to Hamilton at long off. Carmichael back in strike. He would be perhaps looking to pick up a boundary here. So far it has been good. It has been good from Pemberton. Up in the black hole, swung in the air, down towards backward square. Knocked down there by the fielder, Jeffers. And well done there in the end by Jeffers. And judging it well and knocking it down and just allowing 2 runs. So good over so far for the Sandy Point Snappers. Driven, in fact, taking the bottom portion of the bat and just rolling into the offside and the run conceded. That delivery, very good over there by Pemberton. So final over coming up. I see Williams removing his cap, and no doubt he would bowl the last over of the innings. So 1, 4, 3 for 4. Final over coming up. And you see a number of fielders on the boundary. There's extra cover. There's a long off, long on, mid-wicket, square leg. Into the onside. And they're quickly back for the second run. So Brownhill Dolphins would be looking to maximize this over. So far, we have had 1 delivery. They have picked up 2 runs. Question is how much they would be able to get from this one. Played up to extra cover. They're quickly through for the second run. The return is on the bounce to the bowler, so 2 more. $147 for 4. Dockett is bottom edging this one into the leg gully region and just a single. Good delivery in the black hole. And not allowing the batsman to free himself. Just a single. So good result there for the Sandy Point Snappers. Swung at missed. The keeper loses it, retrieves, and just a single. By in fact signal there by umpire Luther Kelly. But a good result there for the Sandy Point Snappers. 149 it is now for 4. So this has been a good over so far in terms of results for the Sandy Point Snappers. We have had some 4 deliveries and we have had just some 6 runs. He digs this one out. And they're back for the second run. Good running. And Jeffers holds on to it, does not release the ball. And 2 more to the score. So 8 runs are coming from the over so far. See, Young took it on his haunches. He's an under 19 player, so I'm wondering if he's feeling a bit winded at this point. Swings, in fact, drives down the ground. They're looking for the second run, going back for it. Jeffers sends his return to the bowler's end. 2 more to the score. The over comes to an end. So we've had some 10 runs coming in the final over. And the Brownhill Dolphins finishing on 153 for 4. Carmichael, of course, finishes 15 from 12, and Tuckett finishing 15 from 12. Those are the two not out batsmen. But fairly good effort there by the Brownhill Dolphins, and the first half of this match concluding. Well, we just saw Will and Cornwall, they rolling back the years, getting his first delivery from Carmichael and driving it through the covers for 4. Good start there by Cornwall. This time he's getting a quick single. And despite the years, he seems to be in good shape. A bit around the middle at this point. Cornwall, of course, the assistant coach for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. But very much involved in the game, very much close to the game over the years. So the cricket would still be very much in him. Carmichael bowls a good one. Partner in Cornwall is Xavier. Xavier Saunders, who turns it into the onside for a quick single. So the Sandy Point Dolphins looking positive. They're off to a good start, 4 deliveries, 6 runs. In the air, down towards long on, hit very straight indeed. That's a good shot. 4 runs. So Cornwall really rolling back the years. Looking very good here at Warner Park. Second boundary so far. Back, dabs down to short term and gets a single. So very good start there for the Sandy Point Snappers. 11 runs from the first over. So Shai Tyson will pick up the attack from the far end. Brownhill Dolphins, of course, starting with spin, but Tyson, a medium pacer, swings and misses. So Cornwall is not going to die wondering today. He's going after the bowlers. Playing this one into the gap, into the offside, and should get 4. The ball beats the fielder into the boundary, and the 4 more to Cornwall. 4 more to Cornwall is third boundary, placing that one into the offside, into the gap, and the ball racing away to the extra cover boundary for 4. So this has been a very brisk start here by Cornwall. 14 from 6, striking at 233.33. Shai Tyson is bowling to Cornwall once more. Cornwall is really giving it a go. Really big hike there towards mid-wicket. Bottom edging into his pads, and the ball just dropping in front of him. So forcing the Brownhill Dolphins to make some changes. Kezell Tyson goes down to short. Third man is a short mid-wicket. Archibald is at mid-on. He's edging this one down to third man of another 4. So Cornwall doing it in boundaries. And this one going down to third man and beating the diving figure there. And going into the boundary for 4. Oh, this one is wide of the leg stump and running away for 4 wides, 5 runs to the Sandy Point Snappers. So off to a very good start. Maneuver number 22 already, it's 24 for no loss. Cornwall is swinging. Rather ugly looking shot going into the onside. Not getting any timing into that one. Swung in the air up towards wideish long on 4 more to Cornwall. So this is an assault here by Cornwall. Scoring his 5th boundary. He's on 22 from 10 deliveries. And he has scored 5-4 so far. Doing it in boundaries. Carmichael continues, short. Turned into the onside by Saunders, just a single. Tuckett, of course, not with the gloves. This particular match, he's at long on. Cornwall is defending for once. Gets it into the onside. Cornwall is swinging. Good shot. 6 runs. Wonderful shot. Over wideish long on. Pitched up. And Cornwall is in a hurry. 35 for no loss. Really rolling back the years, Cornwall. More runs here for the Sandy Point Snappers, as this one goes for 5 wides. So rather a bit of indiscipline coming into the bowling attack of the Brownhill Dolphins. Already it's 40 for no loss, and we're just in over number 3. And they're going at 15 runs per over. Required weight down to 6.58. So this match could be over rather quickly if they continue at this rate. Cornwall seems to be the danger man at this point. 28 from 13. Striking at 215. So they need to get rid of Cornwall as quickly as possible. Swings in the air. Who is going to get it? The bowler decides it's mine, and Cornwall is gone. So there was Cornwall. They say you live by the sword and you die by it. And he certainly died by the sword. But this was indeed a quick fire, 28 runs from some 14 deliveries by Cornwall, striking at just about 200 runs. And they're giving his team a flying start. So the new batter, the captain. Hamilton, of course. And he defends his first delivery. So Shai Tyson will continue up to mid-on for a quick single there by Saunders. This one is airborne. It's in no man's land. It lands just inside the mid-wicket boundary. 2 runs to Hamilton. Play down to short third man, quick single. Not a single taken there. So Sandy Point Snappers off to a flying start, just losing the wicket of Cornwall for a quick fire 28. This one is played down backward of point, down to the boundary for 4. So Shy Tyson once more bowls. The leverage is played, the short extra cover, quick single, and they're home. What Saunders has been doing well, although he's just on 4, is that he has been rotating the strike. He has just faced some 5 deliveries, and he has scored from 4 of those 5 deliveries. Well, we're seeing the bowling change from the media center, and the captain is bringing himself on, Colin Keswan Archibald. And he starts from the media center end to Hamilton. Starts well, Hamilton defends and gets it out to backward point. Fielded by Carmichael, no run. So Archibald has a short third man cover, sweeping cover, rather square. In fact, that's the onside field I'm looking at. There's a third man on the boundary, the offside field. He's banging this one up to what's cover point. Can't score. So the offside field is a third man. There's also man at point. Cover inside the 30-yard circle. There's an extra cover. There's a mid-off. Then there's a mid-on, short mid-wicket. And the square leg right back on the boundary. And short fine leg. Hamilton seems to be having some issues with his bat. And calling for a bat change. So we have a slight hold up in proceedings at this point. Hamilton would have a change of bat. So it's Archibald once more. Shortish. Stayed down to third man. Nicely played there by Hamilton. In fact, it's so well timed. It beats the man moving to his right at third man and goes into the boundary for 4. Well played, just using the pace of Archibald and staying it down wide of third man. Third man is rather fine. And picking up 4. So Archibald looking for the breakthrough. Short, punched into the offside, running out towards the point boundary. And in fact, it goes all the way. Goes across the boundary for consecutive 4s there to Hamilton. Shot again. Hamilton stands to his full height, keeps it down. And just a single. Now we see Tyson going into the first slip position for Saunders, the new batter. So a bit more of a attack here for the youngster. He turns it into the onside though. Ironically, placing the man at slip and bowling this one on about the leg stump of Saunders, who played it well and played it into the onside for 2 runs. So Shai Tyson will continue from the far end, the Lozak Road end. Right arm medium. Taking on the pad shot from some of the players, but obviously going down the onside. Missing leg. No support from the bowler himself. Perhaps more in exuberance than anything else. 61 for 1. We're still inside the power play. In fact, the last over of the power play. And already 61 for 1. Turned nicely down to a long leg for 4 by Hamilton, showing class. So the boundaries coming thick and fast. Hamilton has raised to 21 from just some 12 deliveries with 4 fours. And Xavier Saunders, who has been there for some time, 6 from 6, so he has not had many deliveries. Played into the offside, knocked down nicely there by Gidari, Krishna Gidari, and just a single. Hamilton, who has been playing quite a bit of cricket, is in good nick. He has been playing for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So he has quite a bit of cricket under his belt. So he is in good form. Saunders digs this one out, gets a single, the return, misses the non-striker's end and goes into the offside. So good aggressive running here by the Sandy Point Snappers, of course. Their target is 154. The Brownhill Dolphins, of course, scoring 153 for 4. Tyson is driven up to wide-ish mid-on, just for a single. As Archibald comes from off the boundary and fields. And now Archibald continues his trek. He goes into just a mid-on position from long on for Saunders, who has been a bit more sedate, a bit more quiet. Turned nicely by Saunders down to backward square, going quickly back for the second run. So the young man is doing well. He has been able to rotate the strike well. He has not had much of the strike, but certainly giving good support and rotating the strike and allowing the big hitters to go back and strike. On his haunches, he has been running hard and perhaps a bit winded at this point as the power play comes to an end. But this has been an excellent power play for the Sandy Point Snappers. Some 67 runs, just losing the 1 wicket, 67 runs in 6 overs. And they're going at 11.82 runs per over. And this has brought the required rate down to 6.07. Carmichael will continue, and in fact, he comes back into the attack, replacing the captain, Kezran Archibald. And of course, the Brownhill Dolphins would be looking to pick up a wicket or two at this point to bring themselves back into this game. At this stage, the Sandy Point Snappers, they're running away with it. In fact, the score is 70-1. So with the completion of the power play, of course, the Brownhill Dolphins will be able to place more men outside the inner ring, the 30-yard circle. There's a square leg back on the boundary, mid-wicket. Mid-on, punched into the offside. Up to Tyson, who fumbles a bit. The return eludes the ball at the non-striker's end. And in the end, Hamilton was able to get that single quite easily. So it's Carmichael. Saunders is swinging at wildly and bold. A swing and miss there by Saunders, and certainly not a miss by the bowler. The stumps were struck and he's on his way. Bowled for 9, but an unwarranted shot at this point. They are going at a good clip. He was rotating the strike well, and certainly an uncalled for shot at this point. So Busu replaces Saunders. Very tall lad. Very tall indeed. Well over 6 feet. Busu is playing forward, a loud appeal. Batter's probably thinking pad first and then bat. Umpire Watley's unmoved. 71 now for 2. Wicket coming there for the Brownhill Dolphins, and a much needed wicket. Of course, they would like to see the back of Hamilton at this point to bring themselves back into the game. But Carmichael will continue. Busu is driving, not confidently, not timing it. It goes into the offside. Busu gets it down to long on for his first run. Young took it is quickly off the boundary and just a single. So took it in the outfield for this match, not taking the gloves. Dida, of course, is the one behind the stumps for the Brownhill Dolphins. Outside the off stump, played into the offside up to cover. And Hamilton picks up 2 runs. So new baller from the far end can run Freeman. And he falls immediately with that delivery, which was driven into the offside by Busu for a single. Marks his run. Now he has Hamilton to deal with. Hamilton, who is on 26 from 16 deliveries. Played nicely into the offside. Wonderful shot. And well fielded there on the boundary by Trishan Francis. And Hamilton able to pick up 2 runs. See Archibald switching places with Gidari. He goes into a point position slightly backward. Gidari goes into short extra cover. Freeman misses his run. So there's a cover sweeping. There's a long off on the boundary, fairly wide. There's also long on the boundary and square leg on the boundary. Hamilton is forcing up to extra cover. Gidari is moving smartly to his left, fields well, knocks it down, prevents a run. Ball traveling rather quickly to Gidari. 72 for 2, target 154. Brownhill Dolphins scoring 153 for 4. Nicely played, but well fielded by Archibald. And forcing the batsman to return to their creases. Good work there by the captain, leading by example. Was to his good side, of course. He's at backward point. But he was diving away and really preventing a boundary. Had that gone past him, it would have certainly gone for 4. It was well timed. Hamilton gets this one into the mid-wicket region and settles for a single. So 4 runs from this over so far. So this has been a fairly good over by Freeman in terms of not allowing too many runs. So some good work there by his captain also. Oh, this is a good one. Beats Busso just outside the off stump. Ball moving slightly away from the right-hander. And he certainly was playing at that and missed it just outside the off stump and threw it went to the keeper. Oh my goodness. Bad work there by Shai Tyson, allowing 4 runs. He stayed to him there at short third man. And he dived all over it and allowed the ball to run away for 4. So giving away 4 runs there. This one is badly lined by Carmichael. It is running away for another 4. In fact, 4 wide, so 5 runs there to the total. So not good bowling there by Carmichael. Carmichael will try once more. This time he's punched down towards the backward point boundary. And in fact, just two runs as it's well saved out there. Hamilton steers a short third man looking for a single. It's not on. Goes straight to the field. It gets it now as there's a poor return over the keeper's head and into the onside and allow the batsman to get an easy run in the end. So the Brownhill Dolphins a bit loose in the field, a bit sloppy in the field at this point. Busu is beaten outside the house and playing forward. The ball just spinning past the outer edge. Not much turn, of course, but probably playing down the wrong line. And through it went to the keeper, Dida. This time he's defending and gets it back to the bowler. In fact, it's a no ball. No ball from a leg spinner, left arm leg spinner, bowling around the wicket. And of course, with the no ball comes the free hit. And could Busu capitalize on this one? Swings, takes him on the pad, goes into the leg gully region, no run. So Freeman will continue from the far end. Single to Hamilton. Freeman who had a good first over. Conceding 4 runs from his first over. Quick single. Home safe. Ball going down to third one. Brownhill Dolphins at this stage, they really need to see the back of Hamilton to give themselves a good chance in this game. Hamilton gets it up to extra cover for single. But certainly they have been able to restrict Hamilton a bit more. His strike rate has certainly dropped a bit. At one point it was over 200. It has now gone down to 146. What they need though is to get rid of Hamilton at this point, because he has had a good start. There's one, in fact, a wide is signaled by umpire Luther Kelly. One passing pretty close to leg stump. Play to extra cover. Archibald is fielding well, no run. Whipped into the onside there by Busu. Up to mid-wicket, just a single. Played up to extra cover. Straight to Gadari. No run. Over comes to an end. Another good over there by Freeman. Just conceding some 5 runs from that particular over. Carmichael has completed his spell. He has been very expensive. He has bowled 4 overs for 40 runs, but he has picked up the 2 wickets to fall. So we will see the captain Archibald coming back for another spell. He just had the 1 over previously, which conceded 11 runs. As we see Kegel Tyson leaving the field. Would have had some words with umpire Watley, and now he's leaving the field. So must be suffering from some sort of niggle. Kegel Tyson was put on some weight over the years. Once a promising player for Nevis. So Archibald, the left-hand Leeward Island Hurricanes bowler, picks up the attack from the media center end. It goes away from us. In fact, the arm of umpire Watley was outstretched, and batsman backed away. So let's see what he has. He has a third man, a backward point. There's a cover sweeping, extra cover mid-off. Long on, square leg back on the boundary. There's a short mid-wicket. And there's a fine leg right back on the boundary. So he's playing down to Tuckett, who comes quickly off the long on boundary. But the single is easily taken. And it's now 97 for 2. So the Sandy Point Snappers well in control of this at this point. Brownhill Dolphins scoring just 153 for 4 from the latter 20 overs. And the Sandy Point Snappers making light work of this. Hamilton on strike. He's on 38. Follows one outside the off stump and bottom edges it back to the keeper. In fact, it goes into more of a first slip position, but the keeper was anticipating well and moving to his right and stopping it. Short, and Hamilton misses it. It goes to Dida. Seems as though the umpires are indicating that's one for the over. Rule, of course, has been changed. We see Tyson going back on the third man boundary. That's in fact Farrell, who's going back on the third man boundary. Outside the off stump. Up in the black hole. Good delivery. Well directed, just inside the tram line. Just the one coming in the over so far. The fifth delivery coming up. He's driving at one outside the off stump and missing. So this is a good ball in here by the captain, Archibald. Looking to pull things back a bit for his team. Steered up to point by Hamilton. Just a single. Very good over there from Archibald. Just conceding 2 runs in that over. And a much needed defensive over there by the Brownhill Dolphins. What they need at this point, though, is perhaps the wicket of Hamilton to give them a good chance at this point to bring themselves back into the game. Of course, we have had some 11 overs completed, but the scoring rate is well in control. They're going at 8.9 runs per over, and the required rate is just 6.22 runs per over. But the Brownhill Dolphins, they've managed to pull things back a bit over the last 5 overs, just conceding some 28 runs and at 5.60 over the last 5 overs. So pulling things back a bit. Freeman is hit down to long on. The catch is taken, and the wicket that the Brownhill Dolphins would be looking for at this point has fallen. Hamilton playing down to Bowen, who accepted the catch quite gleefully, and Sandy Point Snappers lose their captain, a very critical wicket at this point, and it's now 98 for 3. Well, just as I was saying that the Brownhill Dolphins needs to get rid of Hamilton to pull themselves right back into this game. The wicket fell just at that point. I'm not suggesting that it was a commentator's curse. Of course, there's no such thing as a commentator's curse. But certainly a very critical wicket there, going down for the Sandy Point Snappers. Edwards gets off the mark immediately, turning this one into the onside, looking for a second run, and back for it quickly. Edwards, of course, originally out of Guyana. He has been in St. Kitts for quite a number of years. He's been living here for quite a number of years. I think he would have gotten into the St. Kitts team at one point also. Wide. Called now by umpire Luther Kelly at the far end. But a very critical wicket going down in the over. That of Hamilton looking to clear a long on. And might have mistimed it a bit, might have gotten it a bit high on the bat. This one is played into the offside. In fact, it seemed to have come from a thick outside edge. And interestingly, Edwards is batting in a cap. And the rules have been adjusted these days to suggest that a batsman, if you're facing a fast bowler, you have to bat in a helmet. I don't know if the rules have been applied in this game. He's playing this one up to long on for a single, but rather interestingly, he's batting in a cap as opposed to batting in a helmet. But those rules would have been adjusted. In fact, feel the feeling that forward short leg has to wear a helmet. A keeper keeping up to the stumps has to wear a helmet. As this one is turned into the onside, up towards the square leg umpire. They're quickly back for a second run. This is what is required at this point by the Sandy Point Snappers, 104 for 3. They're going at a good clip, a good weight. The current weight is 8.79, the required weight 6.12. So nothing extravagant required at this point. So Freeman once more. Down the onside, and wide signal by umpire Luther Kelly. $105 for 3, another 49 runs needed to win. Lots of time in which to do it. We are in over number 12. Another 8 overs after this one. This one is in the air. It's going down towards Stockett. Takes the catch. And he's on his way. So Busu goes. And 2 wickets in this over for Freeman. And Freeman now picking up 2 for 16. And he has completed 3 overs. So a similar shot to the captain Hamilton played down to Tuckett, who is on the long on boundary, and Tuckett, who normally is behind the stumps, settled on it nicely, never looked like he was going to drop it, and gleefully accepted the catch. And now the Sandy Point Snappers stuttering a bit after a tremendous start, losing wickets quickly now. In fact, over the last 5 overs or so, they would have lost 2 wickets for 31 runs. And in fact, over the last 6-7 overs, they would have lost some 3 wickets. So, really fighting back. This is interesting. You see Tuckett with the ball. He's going to be doing some bowling. Normally, wicketkeeper showing some versatility here this evening. He's bowling left arm spin. In fact, he does not deliver. Comes from the Government Road area where Willett hails from. And starts well. Quickly around to his right to field to his own bowling. Willett, of course, the first Leeward Islander to make the West Indies team. So he has a good coach there in Willett. This one edges down to short third man. Edwards, what the Brownhill Dolphins would be looking to do at this point, they have picked up the wickets, and they will be looking to tighten things up a bit and make it difficult. Shorter delivery there from Tuckett. So 3 deliveries so far, not conceding a run. And of course, they'll be looking to push up the asking rate. Short in the air. Oh my goodness. He got a hand to it. He's a short man, Tuckett. And a leading edge by Edwards. And Tuckett jumping. Got a left hand to it, but was unable to hold on. Good attempt there by Tuckett. Short. This one is turned into the onside by Hanley. And just a single. Hanley, of course, Kevin Hanley, of course. All-rounder for St. Kitts. This one down to short, backward square, single, taken. As the over comes to an end. So a good start there by Tuckett, just conceding 3 runs. And the current weight dropping a bit. It's now 8.31. Required weight going up a bit, 6.57. And the Brownhill Dolphins would be looking to pick up more wickets. And of course, they'll be looking to push the asking rate up a bit. And they put some pressure on the Sandy Point Snappers. They are really pulling themselves back into this game after a flying start from the Sandy Point Snappers. Of course, this seems to be fishing season. All teams, I understand, carrying names of fishes. The Brownhill Dolphins, of course, and then you have the Snappers from Sandy Point. So, fishes in abundance. Very interesting selection of names. This one is down the onside and appeal. And umpire Luther Kelly indicates that it had brushed the pad. Good bit of gamesmanship there by the bowler, though, letting the umpire know early o'clock that he had heard something. And, you know, not giving the umpire the chance to signal wide. Stay down to backward point. Good work there by the emergency fieldsman. So Edwards. This has been a good spell here by Freeman for he's driving at and missing outside the off stump. Airy fairy. Looking to get a boundary. Pressure really building here on the Sandy Point Snappers. Count rate now dropping to 8 runs per over. At one point when they started, they were over 12 runs per over. Now the required rate has now gone above 7. He's driving out towards extra cover, well timed. Well, knocked down there too by Carmichael, and they're back for the second run as the return goes to the keeper's end. The appeal goes up as the stumps were broken, and 2 runs in the end taken. And it's now 110 for 4. Edwards is defending, quick single taken. The return goes to the non-striker's end. But Edwards seemed to have overshot the crease at the find and unable to capitalize on an opportunity there for a second run. And perhaps these two batsmen realize that the asking rate is going up. They are now looking to rotate the strike and looking to pick up quick singles. So it's Kevin Hanley. He's taking on the pad. The appeal goes up. Good delivery. So Freeman ends that over. It's a good one. And in fact, he has completed his spell. He's picked up 2 for 19 from his 4 overs. And certainly has brought his team back into this game, picking up the critical wicket of the crucial wicket of Hamilton. So the current rate has dropped to 7.93. And the required rate going up to 7.17. 111 for 4 Nelsons, as they say in England. Tuckett will continue. Driven down to long on. And in fact, it goes for 4. Powerfully struck there by Edwards. Tossed up. And driven past the captain, Archibald. And down to the long on boundary for 4. So Tuckett once more. This could be a very critical over here. 4 runs already. He's back. This is good cricket from Edwards. Having struck a boundary. Looking for the single, rotating the strike. So 5 runs in the over so far. Tuckett, who was not bowled regularly. Bowling left arm leg spin, orthodox leg spin. Oh, he's taking on the pad. In fact, he's bowled. My word, the arm ball. Wonderful delivery at the end. Hanley's on his way. And Tuckett really enjoyed that one. The arm ball, a very good delivery indeed. The batsman deceived. It came back with the arm and knocked back the off stump. Wonderful delivery indeed there by young Tuckett. So, crucial wicket there for the Brownhill Dolphins. They're really pulling themselves back into this game. 5 wickets down now. And another 49 runs needed to win. And we're in over number 15. 14.3 overs gone. So it's Williams who goes to the crease now. Comes in at number 7. Of course, Willett, who hails from Government Road, he had a very good arm ball also. Starts with a quicker delivery to the new batsman Williams. Defends. Short, quick, turned into the onside, up towards mid wicket, just a single. But Edwards is there still, he's on 13. He's playing this one down to long on. Archibald comes from off the boundary. Feels the end of a very successful over the head for Carl Bowen Tuckett. And it's 118 for 5. We have had some 15 overs completed, 5 overs to go. And my match seemed to have been a bit off. In fact, it's another 36 runs needed. I was saying 40. I'm really robbing the Sandy Point snapper some runs. It's another 36 runs needed to win this match. See a change in bowling from the far end. Francis is coming into the attack. Trishawn Francis seems to be bowling off a shortish run, which suggests that he's doing some spinning. Starts well. In fact, they get a single. The return goes past the stumps. It goes down towards extra cover, and they're able to come through for another run. So Francis quickly across to his right field, led to his own bowling and attempted to throw down the stumps at the far end, missed completely, and allowed another run. That's a wide signal there by the umpire. Seems to be bowling quickish off spinners. Give this one a bit of a loop this time. And it's driven back. Knocks it down and picks up. 121 for 5. Edwards defends. This one is driven up to, and well caught. Driven up to long off. Straight to Archibald, who takes the catch. He's a very good fieldsman. And the 6th wicket going down for the Sandy Point Snappers. They're really snapping now. They're snapping in the middle. And they're losing wickets quickly. 121 it is now for 6. Batsman going Edwards for 16. So the Brownhill Dolphins very much in the game now. They've really fought back. Count weight and required run weights almost level at this point. New batter for the Sandy Point Snappers. It's Tyree Jeffers, right-hand batsman, medium fast bowler. He's swinging over the bowler's head and down to a straightish long on and picks up a single. So Francis picking up a wicket in his first over. This one is in the air. It's going out towards mid-wicket. And well taken there. Wonderful catch. My word, this young man, Tuckett, is an excellent fielder. He's not only a wonderful keeper, but an excellent fielder, but now we see the umpires. Question is whether or not he had touched the boundary ropes, but the fielder seems to be pretty confident about the catch, and we'll wait and see what happens here. Well, play is about to continue. Seems as though that one had gone for 6. Probably the fielder would have indicated to the umpire that he might have touched the rope or something. We have not seen any adjustment in the scoreboard as yet. Seems as though that one would have gone for 6. Can't recall the umpire signal in, but unless the catch was not taken and the batters didn't take a run, so perhaps the catch was not taken and the score remains. The batters certainly did not go for the run. So it seems as though it's a case of the batters assuming that the catch would have been taken. Archibald is back into the attack. Starts outside the line of the off stump and through it goes to the keeper. So the asking rate going up above 8 runs per over at this stage. Archibald outside the off stump. Umpire signaling wide. Batsman appeared to have moved there following that one, but umpire he decided that it was wide of the batsman. Of course, if the batsman moves, the line also moves. But the umpire is in the best position. Not a good delivery from Archibald. Right up in the block hole, well inside the tram line. The batsman playing it and missing. So, the experience of Archibald coming to bear. And what has happened now is that the current weight has dropped below 8. It's 7.53. The required weight has now gone up to 8.45. The Sandy Point snappers, they have to be very careful here. 6 wickets are down for them. Asking rate going up. Short, punched into the offside, up towards cover. The Brownhill Dolphins are shouting just one, and just one it is. So it's now 124 for 6. Certainly the run rate going up in favor of the Brownhill Dolphins at this point. Captain Archibald continues. Shot! And he's on it. Umpire Watley looks at the square leg umpire. In fact, no signals, just 2 deliveries left in the over. Batsman was ducking quite a bit. And could have easily ducked into that one. So Adrian Williams being asked to smell a bit of leather here by Colin Keswan Archibald. Archibald makes a bit of adjustment to his field. Asks third man to come inside the circle and sends back his long off. Pitches up in the air, well played, well struck by Williams. 6 runs. Welcome 6 there for the Sandy Point Snappers. Well struck indeed. 130 it is, and that 6 certainly has moved the current run rate up and dropped the required run rate from 9 to 7.58. So a welcome boundary. Now Archibald is making some further adjustment to his field. He's sending back his third man and he's calling his square leg inside the circle. Driven. Extra cover. Miss Fields moving to his right. That's Freeman. And the over comes to an end. It's now 131 for 6. The current rate being 7.71. But Adrian Williams is beginning to look a bit dangerous. He has 8 from 6. Struck a magnificent 6. See Archibald in conference with some of his players. Perhaps plotting the next move. Let's see what he will come up with at this juncture. Seems as though he's going to continue with Francis from the far end. So this game certainly has had its ebbs and flows. Sandy Point at one point very much in control of the game, and then they lost some quick wickets, which really put the Brownhill Dolphins back in control of the game. Field now flung far and wide, a number of boundary riders. As Williams punches into the offside, well knocked down there by Freeman. Good bit of fielding and just a single. Williams seems to be the key man at the moment. He has the ability to clear the boundaries. This one is turned into the onside, a quick single. In fact, they're thinking two. And in the end, decided against it. So 133 for 6. In over number 18. A very critical over at this juncture. Over 18 and 19, of course, being the critical overs. There is a dot delivery, precious dot delivery at this point. Dots like gold dust at this point. Williams, the man in strike, looks a dangerous player. He's swinging in the air. The keeper is getting under it. Oh my goodness, misses it badly. And Williams lives to fight another day. My. Dida seemed to have had it covered. It hung in the air for quite some time. And Williams survived, and that could be a very crucial miss at this point. But Williams seems to be in a bit of agony at this point. Seems to have injured himself a bit, but he lives to fight on. It's one of those swirling high catches in the air for some time, agonizingly close to the keeper. Seemed to have gotten on it, and it fell through his gloves. He's driving this time up to Whitish Long on, looking for a second run. It's not on. The return goes to the keeper's end. And it's just a single. So we're coming down to the end. Final delivery in over number 18. Very critical delivery at this point. He's swinging, missing, and taking on the pads as the over comes to an end, but most importantly, that delivery. So 2 overs to go, another 20 runs to get, 10 runs for over required, and this is the key over here, the penultimate over being bowled by the captain Archibald. And it's a question of how many runs he would leave for the final over. It's a question of how many runs would be required by the Sandy Point Snappers in the final over. So very critical over coming up here by Colin Archibald. And the pressure, of course, on the batters, and of course the bowlers themselves would feel some pressure. But let's see how this over would start. Williams, who was given a life in the previous over, seems to be an attacking player. And Archibald will go in now to bowl to him. Starts well, just outside the off stump. angled away from the right-hander. Not in the batsman arc. And just wide of the off stump, but inside the tram line, not allowing the batsman to freeze arm. Critical over indeed. Outside the off stump, a swing and a miss. 2 dot deliveries to start with. So the asking rate now going up to 12 runs per over. We are in the penultimate over. Very critical over indeed. Another 20 runs needed. No run from this over yet. How much the Sandy Point Snappers would have to score in the final over left to be seen, dependent on this over, of course. Oh, this one is wide and in fact signaled by umpire Watley. So the first run coming in this over. And it's obviously the plan of Colin Keswan Archibald. He's going to carry it up wide of the off stump and not going in the batsman half, not going in the batsman arc. But that time going a bit too wide and giving away 1 run. Oh, that's a very good delivery. Slow delivery that time, deceiving the batsman. Williams, who was beaten, looking to cut and missed it completely and through it went to the keeper. So 12.67 runs per over required at this point. This has been a good over so far. 3 legal deliveries, 1 wide. Drives in the air, over, extra cover. Feelers around. And they're back for 2. So 2 important runs there for the Sandy Point Snappers. 137 for 6. But still the required weight a bit up. The Snappers really do need a boundary at this point. Short and bang down towards long on. Tuckett is across Misfield's 4 runs. My word, he seemed to have had it covered. And the ball went through his hands and through his legs and across the boundary line for 4. Seemed to be a bit overconfident going after that one. And 4 crucial runs coming there for the Sandy Point Snappers. 141 for 6. So the final delivery of this penultimate over coming up. Granted, it's a legal one. As Archibald makes his way in. He's driving and just a single. But a very important single there. It brings the man who seems to be striking it well back on strike. It brings Williams back on strike. He's on 17 from 16. 142 for 6. 12 runs required of the final over. And who would be charged with that final over? But that 4 that Tuckett allowed, in fact, giving away 3 runs, could be very critical at this point. It would simply have meant that perhaps the Sandy Point Snappers might have required another 16 runs as opposed to, well, not quite 16, another 15 runs as opposed to just some 12 runs off the final over. Final over being charged to Trishawn Francis was 2 overs for 7 runs and has picked up a wicket, going at 3.5 runs per over. So being entrusted with the final over of this innings. 12 runs needed. Williams on strike. And let's see the field. There's a cover sweeping. Archibald goes back onto the long off boundary. There's a long on back on the boundary. There's a mid wicket and square leg on the boundary. He's playing this one in the air. Archibald is coming in. Gets on there. Takes the catch. And Williams is on his way. So very important and critical wicket taken there by the Brownhill Dolphins. Lets the new batter in, and still 12 runs to go. And Pemberton is the one. Kian Pemberton is the one who strides out. I'm not too sure of his batting progress over the years. I know he was not much of a batsman earlier on in his career. But of course, I would not have seen him in recent times. He comes in at number 9. And with some 12 runs needed to win this match. Yeah, and certainly this has been a good fight back by the Brownhill Dolphins. So Francis, picking up a critical wicket, a crucial wicket, comes in now. And there's a big hoik there by Pemberton. They're looking for the second run. The return goes to the bowler's end, taken by Francis. And the batsman was safely back for 2. So another 10 runs needed. 4 deliveries left. 10 from 4. He's swinging at and missing outside the off stump. So, Francis being smart. He's not giving the batsman space to hit. He's bowling just short of a good length. And pushing it through. So 10 runs needed, 10 from 3. Pemberton is playing it straight in the air. Archibald knocks it down, and they're going back for the second run, and they're home safely. So 8 from 2 needed. 8 from 2. Boundaries needed badly here. 8 from 2. They don't need a boundary at this point. He's playing this in the air and gets the boundary. 4 runs. This time playing it over extra cover. So Pemberton looking to take his team home. 4 needed now from 1. So they do need a boundary to win this one. Archibald having some words with his bowler. But a good shot played there that time there by Pemberton. Over extra cover into the yawning gap. Once he had cleared the man at extra cover, it really ran away for 4. So final delivery. Boundary needed here for the Sandy Point Snappers. Pemberton on strike. Francis the bowler. Comes in now, bowls. He's swinging. Aerial in the air. 6 runs. My word. Pemberton has done it for the Sandy Point Snappers. Powerfully struck over Whitish Long on 6 runs. And the Sandy Point Snappers win this one of the final delivery. Powerfully struck 6 there by Pemberton. And the Brownhill Dolphins a bit on the ejected side. So they had it. They had it. The Brownhill Snappers winning off the final delivery. And that concludes this particular match.
You are now witnessing match number 6 in this cool and smooth T20 cricket tournament, the St. Kitts Nevis version. We have two teams meeting for the first time this year. Wednesday, 24th April, we have Sandy Point Snappers. Sorry, that's St. Paul Barracudas versus the Hainsmick Sharks. I think the Sharks are about to take first knock with the St. Paul's Barracudas in the field. We have umpires Thelma Gums and Charlene Maloney. Charlene Maloney is the one presiding. We have a very familiar figure, very noticeable figure of Cornwall opening the bowling. There seems to be a change. It looks like they're going to change and where the first over should come from. Maybe I'm a bit premature, but there are some changes going on here. So we're held up for a minute. But just to let you know, there are 5 matches. 5 matches have been completed in this tournament so far. There was one completed just a while ago. A very close match indeed, going right down to the wire. There's a huddle. Umpires are keeping a little parliamentary discussion with the fielding team in particular. We've not seen any batting team there. When they've concerned the ball, the condition of the ball, or the balls to be used. But the batsmen are unconcerned. It seems if whatever ball comes their way, they will just smack it. As Cornwall waits and a number of players coming out onto the field, you see the coaches. A familiar figure of Keatley Esdale as well coming out. I think he's a coach for the fielding team. And he's going to make some inquiries. Let's trust they'll get it solved in a moment or two. Just a while ago, we had the Sandy Point Snappers defeating the Brownhill Dolphins by 3 wickets. The game was decided in the final over. 153 for 4 was the Brownhill Dolphins, and the Sandy Point Snappers replied with 156 for 7, winning in the very last over. And that was match number 5. This now is match number 6. But it seems as if wisdom and common sense and experience have all prevailed. And so we'll soon see the start of the game. Umpire Shirley Maloney has a ball behind her back. But there's still a little discussion going on. First time we've seen a member of the batting team out there. In the first game of this tournament, we had Molineux Blue Runners defeating Hainsmith Sharks by some 7 wickets. Hainsmith Sharks posted 189 for 5. The Blue Runners in chase got to 191 for 3, winning by 7 wickets. And then the Government Road Stingrays against the Brown Hill Dolphins. The Dolphins won by 1-1. A low scoring match, 124 for 8, 125. Brown Hill Dolphins were able to restrict Governor Road Stingrays to 124 for 8 in the 20 overs. Match number 3, Sunny Point Snappers 128 for 9. St. Paul's Barracudas 129 for 4. St. Paul's Barracudas won by 6 wickets. Then the Blue Runners won again, this time against the Government Road Stingrays. They made 198, that's the Blue Runners, for 5, and restricted the Government Road Stingrays just for 110, by some 88 runs. And then just a while ago, the afternoon game for this Wednesday, 24th April, Brownville Dolphins losing again. Sunny Point Snappers won by 3 wickets. They got the total of 153 overhauled. They got the 156 for 7. As the challenges have not been not yet sorted out fully, still receiving a delay. But now it seems as if we'll have play. Let's place as the umpire Charlene Maloney as she gives the ball to the opening bowler from this the northern end. There will be no change in where the ball will be coming from, where the over will be coming from. Cornwall will face. Missing his one up. First ball, no run. At least started with a dot. Well, there's very little people in the crowd tonight, but whatever little is there, we'll be expecting some fireworks from Cornwall. We've seen him in the CPL. Here he comes. Flicks down the leg side, flicks, ball rocketed into the pad. The batsman amble for a single as the ball rolls out to just short backward square. So the score is 1 without loss. Third ball of the over coming up. Umpire just indicating that it will be right arm over the wicket, and she gets set. The batsman settle. We have a slip, backward point, cover, shot. Oh, He's bowled. I saw the ball ballooning towards the slip. I thought it at the edge, but from our vantage point, the off stump is rocked back. First wicket going. A duck to that batsman as he walks tentatively back to the pavilion. A long walk of shame. So the first wicket goes down. The score on 1. No one off the bat. Just a leg by as Cornwall was struck on the pad. Number 3 batsman comes in. Seems quite enthusiastic and quite eager to get out there. Let's see what he will do. The umpire, Thelma Gomes, just making repairs to the stumps that were dashed all over the place by that ball. One for one. Fourth ball of the 6th match. Drive down to mid-on. Immediately looking for a single. Cornwall not interested as the ball was played directly out to the man there at mid-on. There was nothing, no one's in it, but it was a good shot. Firm, middle in the ball. His first ball faced. That's a good sign. Still only one slip. A man down on the 3rd man boundary. A backward point. Cover and extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on. A short wicket as the batsman allowed that one to go through to the keeper. Good line, good length. But the batsman wasn't tempted at all to go after it. And so he has kept his wicket intact. Another form drive, this time on the offside, but again there's no run as the ball goes straight to the fielder. This is Nisbet bowling, Kimani Nisbet. He has picked up the wicket already. And he has a slap back over his head with this Dane. That one, there's a man out on a long half boundary. He was the one of the men pushed back. And so that slap that looked like he was going for 4 was cut off by the man on the long half boundary. They were only able to collect 1. So the score now moves to 2 for 1 wicket. The batsman to fall is Anderson Amoden. He was bowled by Nisbet for a duck. And the other opening bowler seems to be a spinner. Certainly doesn't have a long one. He'll be bowling to Carlton Pluck. Pluck is the man facing batter at number 3. Drives down to the to mid-on. Pulling that one from outside the half stump. A lot of bottom man involved, jogging it onto the inside. not very fruitful, didn't get a run as Cornwall just stood his ground. There was no one there anyway. The man was well placed, he got quickly in. Now he's being pushed back to the boundary as they realize that Pluck is going for some lofted drives. Here he comes again. Edging down to slip, dropping just in front of the slip. But this bowler, coming from a very short one, a skiddy medium pacer, and Pluck was not able to get to the pitch of that one. Bit the edge, but it didn't carry to the slip. Here he comes again off a short one into Pluck, driving pleasantly straight to the man. An extra cover. No run, still 2 for 1. Here he comes again. Driving. Out. This time they can get a run. That one was just to the right of mid-off. He cut it off smartly, restricted the batsman to just 1. So it's now 3 runs, 1 wicket. Cornwall to face his third ball. He's not yet off the mark. Takes his guard. The unmistakable favour of Rakeem Cornwall. And as we said before, we're expecting some fireworks from Cornwall. We've seen him in the CPL. We know what he can do. Here is he facing up to the bowler. He pulls, makes no contact. The ball trickles just to the wicketkeeper who came around to clean up the matters. But I think the bowler got away with that one because a rank short ball, long hop, which Cornwall just missed. Here he comes again. This time he turns it into the onside, just short of backward square. Should get 1. In fact, the fielder was able to catch it when it got to the boundary. And so Cornwall is off the mark with a single. It's now 4 without loss. Nevis will continue. Opportunity for a wicket, and a wicket goes. That's Cornwall holding out to mid-on. He didn't get off tonight. He was trying to go over the inner portion of the field. Did not get you, and mid-on came on and took a comfortable catch. So we've just seen the dismissal of Rakeem Cornwall, trying one of his typical lofted drives. Did not work. The ball was not there for that. He went through the shot nonetheless, and when he managed to sky it over to mid-on, who gleefully accepted the catch, and they're all so happy to see the back of Cornwall. They love to see that walk going back to the pavilion because they know this man could be a serious threat to the score. So it's now 4 for 2. So you're listening to commentary from St. Paul's Barracudas and Haynes Smith Sharks in this match number 6, where you can see the fielding team has opted to to give more attack. The number 4 batsman is in. The second slip comes in. He has now 2 slips. It's Nisbet. Comes in. Covers up smartly. No one. A straight drive. Ran away into the boundary after the mid-off couldn't stop it. So the first boundary for the night coming from the bat of the number 4 batsman. He was just being congratulated by Carlton Pluck. So the score is now 8. Nisbet walking back dejectedly, guilty of going up into the arc of the batter and got punished for it. Down the leg side, wide called. An attempted swing to the onside, is looking to get another boundary but didn't make contact. And umpire Shirley Maloney had easy task of signaling wide. Score moves on by 1 to 9, 9 for 2. Cornwall out. Was the last man to go. He was caught by Clark after bowling of Nisbet. Nisbet has 2 wickets now. They have the second slip has disappeared. Nisbet again. Again he's forced to cover up, this time tucking it into the onside. No possibility of run. The new batter is Cameron Pennyfeather, who has a boundary to his name already, and forces some changes to the field. Nisbet to Pennyfeather. Short, tucked on the inside, looking for a single. Wait, he says, as the short mid wicket is in quickly. Grabs it and attempts to fakes to throw down the stump, just to make his presence felt. And the batsman declined the offer of a single. Wisely so. Can't afford to lose another wicket at this time. This has to be consolidation after losing the 2 opening batsmen. So it's Pluck and Pennyfeather to do the repair work. Nisbet trying with a different script. Again he tucks it to the outside. Again he teases the fielders. Probably looking for an overthrow there. But good bowling from Nisbet is forcing Pennyfeather into the back foot. And these attempted runs have forced a mid-wicket conference. The conference is over. Pluck getting his point across. As we'll have Daniel Dixon, who opened the bowling, will continue. Daniel Dixon have a short one. We're not more than 10 yards. A few paces. As he's doing a little medium pace. He was able to pick up an edge and only 2 runs, yielded 2 runs from his first over. Here is Pluck waiting on him. Dixon. 9 for 2. Other adjustments being made to the field. Want the man back on the long. 2 men out, long on. Flicks got a touch to it. Wicketkeeper came across and grabbed only air. Ball rocked into the boundary. Flo wants to pluck. Nice little gift he got there. You're just able to get enough bat on it, it looks like. Here's Dixon again. Again, repeated. This time signal wide, again signal wide, and 4. Keeper not being able to handle those. By angled at the leg stump and going further away. 2 boundaries, 10 ones. Another ball being bowled as yet. Here comes again Dixon. Drives. Long eyes on the boundary, so they're able to get a single. Long arm comes in, makes his way. Gets a single to pluck. And Pennyfeather is taking guard now to face Dixon for the first time. Dixon to Pennyfeather. Flicking down the leg side. This again, ball going to the wicketkeeper. Wide signal and the 4 signal. So 3 times for this over. Dixon guilty of straying on your leg side, giving his keeper a lot of work to do. His keeper not able to latch on to those. Looks like Jatin Patel having a torrid time with Dixon and those balls pitch up on the leg stump. By the time the batsman move, he has very little time to see it, and so ball just going down to the boundary for 4 wides. Again, this time Jatin is able to collect on the leg side with wide signals, so just be 1-1, 1 more run to the total. I reckon it's about 20 for 2. Somewhat of a little reconstruction going on. Here comes Dixon again. Skinny medium pace. Drive through cover. Will not go to the boundary. As he was partially stopped, they're looking for 2. They decided against it. As they didn't take the first one very quickly indeed. They just ambled through as Pennyfeather struck the ball very firmly indeed, but it was partially cut off and then overhauled by the man from cover who was doing the covering. Dixon, this time to pluck. Pushes, looking for a single, it's not there. Dixon feels to his own bowling. Little outside push, looking for a cheeky single, did not get it. Here comes Dixon again with the score on 20 for 2. Shot, pulled over mid wicket. Will not go into the boundary. They'll have to run these ones. Hard, 1, 2. Looking for 3? No. Ball dropped and rolled. It didn't pitch, just rolled gently. And so the fielder was able to overhaul it very quickly indeed. It's now 22 for 2. A drive through cover, well fielded, no run. Here comes Dixon once more. Struck on the pad, but again, that looks like his angled down leg. Lucky to get away with that one, Dixon. Any little further drift, it would have been down the leg side and giving problems to Jatin Patel, wicket keeper. Look like we'll have a change in morning. No, Command in this bit will continue. That's the successful bowler. He has the 2 wickets to fall so far. He bowled one and got Cornwall caught at mid-on. Penny for the face. 22 for 2. Shot, down your leg side. A scream, a question, asking. But I don't think they were very hopeful of that one. It was clearly going on the leg side from this vantage point, and they knew it too. But I guess they are excited out there, so anything that says hits the pad, they will ask a question. Here is Nisbet to ask further questions. Why is the lifting ball knocked on by Pennyfeather, and this time they're able to scamper through for that cheeky single they were looking for. It's now 23 for 2 in this, the fourth over. Another single this time in the onside. In fact, they're able to get 2. As he has some sloppy walk in the field. So 2 runs to Pluck. As Nisbet continues. Barracudas. A top edge for 4. He pulled, but that ball hustled onto him much faster than expected. He just took the edge, went over the keeper's head. Try as he may, couldn't get up in time, and so the ball is into the boundary now. Now being recovered. So 4 runs to the man Pluck. Fortuitous, but nonetheless it counts. So the score should move up now to 27 for 2. Bit of a recovery. The second wicket fell in the score was on 4. That of Cornwall. Here is Nisbet to Pluck. Pushing out into the outside. Back 1 point fields and readies himself to throw down the stump. But it was unnecessary since the batsman wasn't going anywhere. Slight change in the field. They now have a shot when we get a man out on the square leg boundary. One in the square leg boundary, one on third man. Nisbet up to the bat, but wide of the batsman. But in fact, the umpire agreed with me and signaled wide. The tram line, that blue tram line, indicates whether the ball is going for a wide or not. Give him a bit of advice from teammate, this Nisbet. Good idea in terms of putting it out there, hanging it out there for the batsman to go after, as it seems as if Pluck likes to go for these shots, especially those expansive off drives. Looking for the edges, Nisbet. Didn't find it on that occasion. Will he find it now? Nisbet comes back to Pluck. Again, they're asking, but it caught nothing this time, except the gloves of Patel. score moved up quickly to 37 for 2. As we said, changing bowling from the end. We had enough of Daniel Dixon. He had a third time getting control of his deliveries in the last over. In fact, he yielded some 15 runs through wides, which is partly responsible for pushing up the score. I don't want to say out of trouble yet, but not as bad as it was earlier on. Pennyfeather facing, Pennyfeather gets back and pushes it into the outside, gets no run, as that ball was climbing on him. A pull shot, but straight to the man at short fine leg. Still no run. A phone drive this time out to the man at long off. Comes in, does the fielding. Throws back to the keeper. So Pennyfeather was able to get a single. I think he moves up to 7. Pluck meanwhile is on 15. Here it comes. A pull. Ball coming off in a portion of the bat and almost creating a chance for the bowler had he been following through. But his delivery, after delivery one, took him to the offside and he wasn't able to get back into the middle of the wicket to effect the catch. But close call, encouraging call for the fielders. Here he comes again. Pluck. Pleasant drive, aerial, again. A second chance, and Pennyfeather backing up. May have found himself out of his ground, but got back just in time. It was a pleasant drive, but lofted just over the bowler's head. And again, he's being congratulated for having plugged in some trouble. 2 possible chances, none taken. This time it's a slap into the outside, goes down to backward point. The man comes on, they only get 1 1. The score has moved on to the 40s. I will see another change in bowling. Nevis has taken his sweater. Wrapped on the pad is Pluck. Not much interest of an appeal coming. Balloons out into the offside. No run. Little adjustment to the field. The man there at a wide log on goes back to the boundary as they're expecting some expansive drives from the man Pluck. He has a wide stance. Yes, he waits. He comes again. This time he pulls all the way over the boundary rope. 6 runs as Shirley Maloney gets her arms up into the air. First maximum for the night. A drive to the outside, looking for two this time. Pennyfeather has to hurry. Not a very good throw. And so he was able to get back in very easily indeed. So 2 more to man pluck. Let's put on 8 in this over so far. Added 8 to his score. He now moves into the 20s. He's now 24. The main score so far. Backed up by Cameron Pennyfeather, who is just about an 8. Here he is again. Drive, solid drive. They're asking for the man at wideish long off to take it. He does. Only one drive, 1-1. Pennyfeather to face. Drive, long drive. That one is safe into the hand. Oh no, he drops it. Disappointed in himself that the man was set, especially for that down at backward square leg. And he's now wondering to himself, how did he drop that one? It was well into his arms, and then at the last minute he just popped out. Can't blame the sunlight, can't blame the moonlight, can't blame the floodlights, only could blame Butterfingers. A disappointed bowler walks back dejectedly as that one was missed. Pennyfeather would have gone as he flicked that one down to backward square. Here comes again, but this time to pluck. And Puck plays cautiously, just pushing it out to mid-on, takes 1-1. So Pennyfeather dropped an 8, pluck 1 more to his score to be 25. The bowler that replaced Dixon from the southern end is Harry Clark. He will continue. He's making some adjustments to his field. He wants his fine leg to go back onto the boundary. As Pluck will face. Pluck is down to 25, 6 and 2 and a single in the last over. Clark drives through the keeper, edge through the keeper as an attempted drive. The one goes down to the boundary as Gums signals 4. Well, this man is bowling without any luck whatsoever. There's 3 possible chances, 2 back at him and 1 through the keeper. Intelligent edge, Pluck will say. He knows which way to go. Here is Clark to Pluck, tucking it into the outside, just in front of backward point. He's able to get in the single, so he moves on to 31 by now. Clark will continue. He wants a man on the boundary that's his. In fact, he brought up the fine leg and just pushed back the middle on to long on. So the man out to the long on and coverage on the outside. Again, slap to the outside, but he has coverage out there. Will be able to get around. Yes, he does. Slides into it. Makes an excellent save. And the batsman could only muster 1 after such an expansive drive. Penny Feather, who was just dropped, is now to face Clark. Clark to a drive caught. No. No edge taken, but this time Patel is taking cleanly. The one that took the edge went through him. The one that didn't take the edge, he's taking cleanly and polishing it off. Better line, better bat as he pushes as Pennyfell pushes down to long on. 1-1. It's now into double figures. It's now 50 for 2. Here is Clark. Clark to pluck. Turn it to the onside. The fine leg is deep. He'll be able to cut it off. 1-1. 51 now for 2. Well, it seems if Clark bowled a no ball and so there'll be a free hit. The batsman crossed, and so the field is making some adjustments. The mid wicket goes back on the boundary. There's a long one on the boundary, and we have a deep cover point on the boundary on the outside. So here is Clark. To Penny Feather, a free hit. Swings at it, ball goes high into the onside. A little bit of a misfield. The batsman able to get 2. But a short bouncer, high above Penny Feather's head, but he was able to smack it into the onside. And they were able to get 2 runs. It's now 53. This is Lewis wearing number 17, bowling his second over. Pluck is the man facing. He went down to 31. Pluck facing to Lewis. Drive out to mid-on. The mid-on is in place. Long on actually. It just comes off the boundary, a few meters off the boundary, picks up. Only 1-1 to Pluck. He moves on to 34. Lewis to Penny Feather. Another wild hoik to try to get him into the onside. Does not make contact. Keeper collects cleanly. Ball being relayed back to Lewis. Down the leg side, we'll have a wide. It's now 55 for 2. And they're begging for the wicket without much success. you are witnessing Haynes mix Sharks against the St. Paul's Barracudas. St. Paul's Barracudas was sent in by the Sharks. Lewis pushed into the outside, straight to the man at backward point. No run. Still 55 for 2. Pluck on 33. Pennyfeather on 10. Amordan went for 0 and Cornwall went for 1. So these two have done some repair work to the Barracudas' terrible start. A drive into the onside, on drive. Man comes around, will cut it off. Just 1-1 to pluck. Pluck onto 34. The score onto 56 for 2. Cornwall and Amorden, both taken by Nisbet. Lewis and Clark have been unlucky so far. Chances going at begging off the bowling. A straight drive, as straight as possible. Will this be cut off? Yes. Just 1-1 to Pennyfeather. It goes on to 11. The score goes to 57. Well, we're seeing some change in the gear. Pennyfeather has decided to dispense with his helmet. I might as well hand it over to Patel, who the wicketkeeper, who was decided to go into his helmet now. Another change in bowler, we see like it looks like it's a left arm medium pacer will come in. Slugged into the onside. Easy 2 runs for Pennyfeather. He goes on to the bad lucky 13. Score on to 59. Shot and swung, and that one will go far, very far, into far, far away land. 6 runs to Pennyfeather. That one was asking to be hit, and it got what it asked for. It's now 63 for 2. As Pennyfeather face once again. Another shot ball this time on the outside. He slaps it to the outside. They only get 1 as the ball went down to long off. 1-1 to Pennyfeather. $20 to Pennyfeather. 34 to pluck. And the score 64 for 2. Shot not taken advantage of. He now rehearses a shot as if he wanted to put it through the onside. The bowler has protection down at long on and a deep mid wicket. Shot fine leg, 3 in the on. This time he gets it through the gap, but there's coverage out on the cover boundary. So just 1-1 to pluck. $35 to pluck, 65 to score. 65 for 2. Pennyfeather leans back and somehow pulls the ball back down the track for the bowler to field. Yet another change in bowling. And that places another spinner based on how the field is set. A man is collect boundary, a man in cow corner. He has a long on, a short mid wicket. A short third man, a backward point, extra cover, and a mid off. Pulled into the inside just forward of square. Should get ones here, at least one. Yes, just one. That's pluck. Moving on nicely. Onto 36. This time Pennyfeather to face. Pennyfeather is on driving. A single is in it. Nesbitt picks up and relays the ball back. Pennyfeather moves on to 21. The score moves on to 67 for 2. A lofted drive over cover. There's coverage out there and a bit of confusion for the second one. They only get one to pluck. (37 and 67). 37 to pluck, 67 to score. He leans back and slaps at it. No one. A precious dot ball. Pennyfeather lift him up this time into the players' pavilion. His second boundary for the night. Second maximum, sorry. Again, Pennyfeather is scoring. Into the boundary a 6 and then a 4. Into the same area. Seems to be strong in that area. Onside player. He has now moved up to 31. Quickly catching up on pluck, who's just been nudging singles. While Pennyfeather is going in boundaries 6 and 4s. Pluck facing once again. And pluck will be coming to the pavilion as Patel does the best thing he has done for the night in stumping that one. Easy take, taking off the bails while pluck was stranded down the wicket. So he's now stumped for, I reckon, 37 with the score on 73. So it's now 73 for 3. And it seems as if I missed some of the extras and scoring earlier, and so my score is somewhat behind as a new batsman comes into face. Cautious, pushing it back down the track. A pull into the hand side. Mid wicket comes into play. And the accident between Penny Feather, so a bit of awkward running. Chance for wicket and the ball taken. Another wicket goes down. Number 4 goes. Caught at mid-on. Mid-on just came around. Had some distance to cover. Sprinted around and took the catch cleanly. Another Barracuda caught in a trap. First left-handed batsman we've seen for the night. Batting at number 6. Outside the house stump. Watchful, but it's a wide. One more run to the total. The engine closer to the 100 mark. As I was saying earlier, I may have missed some of those big scoring from Penny Feather, who was going in 6s and 4s. Here he comes again. Driven down the ground. We get off the mark. Down to wide mid-on. Just a little bit of challenge in setting the field for the left-hander to face the off-spinner. It's now 99 for 4. The Barracudas. And it's 13th over, 12.1 overs ball. Or 100, the 100 comes up for the Barracudas. Just one more run, 101. They're keeping this man busy at long off. Practically all the balls are going out there. Another one goes, this time it's Penny Feather. Caught off the bowling of Sharma. Bounce out to the man at extra cover. No run. Javid Edwards the man bowling. New batsman and the non-striking and then Sheldon Forbes. Phillips has 4 runs. And he swings, the ball goes through everything, the batsman goes to the keeper, down to the boundary, and they jog for easy 2 runs as that ball is being cut off just inside the boundary, and the signal coming from Gums now, that's buys. So Wickkeeper Patel is having a 50-50 night. Did a decent stumping, but allowed some bites to go through him. A bit unsighted by the burly Phillip. Here comes Edwards. He leans back, slaps it through the onside. Will get at least one. Tug the ball. Looked at that one moment he wanted to play it to the outside, but just probably played it with the turn and pulled it to a short mid wicket. Shelton Fobbs another left-hander. And in fact they picked up 2 runs. A big drive out into the offside, out down to long off, 1-1 to Phillip. Edwards to bowl. This time is Fobbs facing after that single. Shelton Fobbs to face Edwards. In fact, that one went through everything again. Through Patel. Patel is not reading him. The batsman didn't read him. And so, buys once again. It's 5 wickets down for the Barracudas. They've recovered from 4 for 2 with the last Amoden and Cornwall very early indeed. Pennyfeather and Pluck put together a decent partnership, pushed it up to 94 before Pluck went, and then Pennyfeather followed suit after. LaShawn Bogan was the other batsman to fall. He made just one. He was caught by Sharma after bowling of Edwards. It looks like Esdale will come in. Kevin Esdale to bowl to Fobbs. Changing bowling. Bojnarine Sharma is taking a rest. He had 2 overs, 18 runs. 1 wicket. Fobbs negotiates well, but no runs. We had 108 for 5. Fobbs facing up to. He's driving out to the man that made long off, who has been rather busy over the past couple of overs. Off drives, on drive, all ending up to that same player, number 21 for the Sandy Point Sharks. Esdale to continue. Phillip to face. Esdale in bowls. Punches out again to same number 21 for Sandy Point Sharks. We move on to over 109 for 5. A good recovery. This is 15th over being bowled. Esdale. Fobbs. Into the outside he goes, was straight to the fielder who didn't field cleanly, provided opportunity for them to get the single eventually. Oh, this is a big drive. Same man comes in and could not reach it. In fact, he just knocked it away to save the boundary. Sacrificed his body there. But he was trying for all he was worth to try to make it into a catch. But when he realized he couldn't get there, he did a goalkeeper dive and knocked the ball away with his body. He's gonna need some icing. We have 113 for 5 with 2 runs just now for Philip. Ezeli, unlucky man, to continue. He comes again. Another big drive. Going out on the outside. And that one then threw him again. Probably feeling some pain from what he did just now with the ball. Went threw him into the boundary for 4 runs. So 117 for 5. Five more overs, and we expect to see him getting a move on the score as Edwards will continue from the southern end or the Lozak Road end. Shelton Fabs will face. Tossing the ball from hand to hand. Edwards drives, partially stopped, then clean up by Edwards. No run. Nine balls left. And a drive this time further away from the bowler. Short wicket, mid wicket comes on, does the feeling into Patel in the wicket keeper position. It's now 118 for 5, 15.2 overs bowled. Edwards continuing his long spell. Another chance going to begin. From the looks of things, it looked like it was edged and Patel wasn't able to hold on. Instead, he parried it down to short third man. And so, Philip gets alive. A drive out to mid off. Was gone further back and more into a long off position. Tucked into the outside looking for a quick single. And they get it too. Fab's responding well, responding promptly. And Edwards is able to get down to the non-strikers in quick fashion as well. 121 for 5. Fab is facing Edwards. No run. Dot ball. Edwards has had 4 overs for some 12 runs, bowling tightly in deal, no luck in the wicket column. Mid-wicket comes once. This is yet another bowling change. Kevin Ezel had just 1 over for 9 runs and he has disappeared with his sweater. Newman will take over, setting his field, making some adjustments. In fact, this looks like Clark. A square cut out to man the cover boundary. He gets around smartly, limits the batsman to just 1-1. The ball just touched down just inside the tram lines. Good ball, a dot ball. That one in the air, a number of players trying to conversion it, none will get there. Instead, the batsman will be able to cross for 2. Clark has had 2 overs before. No luck on that occasion, Clark. Slight adjustment to the field. The man at square leg is coming in. He needs another one out in the outside. He has protection out in the outside, none in the onside. Fobs trying to get it into the outside, misses, taken cleanly, another dot ball. This time he connects. Esdell does the fielding, limits the batsman to 1-1. It seems as if Clark was expecting that, and so he had protection out there. He has three boundary riders on the outside. One at long off, one at deep extra cover, and a man at the backward point boundary. He wants his long off to go even wider. He's expecting Philip to do the same thing. Here's Clark, and he does the same thing straight into the arms of a fielder there at widish mid-off. So another wicket goes. 6 wickets goes down. Philip was caught after bowling of Clark. Clark's first wicket in his third over. It's now 126 for 6. Barracudas. The Sharks are trying to limit them to as low a score as possible. Anything under 150 is chasable on this track. fact, I look like it was the last ball of the over of Clark, Harry Clark. He has now 1 for 19. Looks like Sharma will continue. But this time from the southern end, he had his first spell from the northern end. And now he's going to come around the wicket to Fabs. Quick single, 127 for 6. Newman at the crease is Alvin Cyril. He's going to face Sharma. Out into the deep behind the bowler. 1-1. Cyril is off the mark. 128 for 6. Well, they're going to try to get some more runs, squeeze some more runs out of his last few overs. Sharma will have none of that. Pushes him back. Misfields to his own bowling. The ball goes out to Maidan. 1-1. Well, they're not getting boundaries, but they're running hard between the wickets to try to get some more runs. Sharma to continue to Alvin Cyril. Well, that's the approach. Hoiked into the onside. Fielder settles on, he takes the catch. One more wicket goes down. One more wicket to Sharma. I think that's his third. Yes, 3 for 23 for Sharma. And the score is now 131 for 7. Tariq Newman coming to the crease. I think they have done away with this batsman cross. The new incoming batsman has to face as a Tariq Newman, another left-hander. The boycotts are flush with left-handers in the latter half of their batting order. So Tariq Newman is the man facing. Wearing number 22. Score 131 for 7. Sharma has 3 for 23. I think this is his final ball to be bowled of his third over. Making some minor adjustments. The backward point comes around. As that one is nudging to the outside, a quick single. A quick single tried, and they were successful as Sharma misfielded the ball. Nesbitt will come back. He has one more over. His balls 3 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, 2 wickets in Nesbitt. He picked up the first two, and so he's come back for his final over in the death. The 19th over, the penultimate over the innings, 131 for 7. An important dot ball. Well, the fielding team must be the happier team at this moment. It's 131 for 7. With just a few more balls left. Nesbitt again. The ball to Newman. Newman trying to hook. Ball striking him on the body and dropping on just in front of the stumps. The fielder urging the ball to go onto the stumps, but that did not happen. It's still 131 for 7. Another important dot ball. Newman frustrated, the pressure building. What will he do? How will he respond? Nesbitt to Newman. A bouncer, or just over shoulder height, and umpire would now indicate that's your one for the over. But a good bouncer in the given conditions. 3 dot balls. And now Newman can plan better as he knows that Nesbitt won't be going short. It would have come to up to the bat or just short of a good length. Here is Nesbitt. Up to Newman. Swings it into the outside. Just out to mid wicket. The man comes around. They could only get one. 132 for 7. Good bowling by Nesbitt under the conditions. He's been applauded by his teammates. Barracuda is desperate to push the score to as close to 150 as possible and to give their bowlers something to work with. Nesbitt to fob this time. Good ball. Rising just about chest height. Fob was trying to take evasive action. Made a swing at it and miss. Patel cleaned up. Nesbitt again. Another dot ball. Great bowling. It's 4th over. Nesbitt had ended with 4 overs, 2 for 20. The score 133 for 7. As Clark will bowl his final over from the southern end. Apparently he tried one from the northern end, maybe didn't like it, and now he's changed around to the southern end. Here's Clark. Straight back to him. Doesn't feel cleanly but prevented anyone. Newman on 2. Let's face some 6 balls. This is Clark in his final over. Up in the air, but he will land safely. There's no one there. He gets 1. 134 for 7. Newman on 3. Fobs on 9. Can they get to the 150? They're going to need some lusty hitting. Clark, Fobs, swings it down to the man down the boundary down there and long on. Only 1-1. The fielding team will be happy with this. 134 for 7. Tariq Newman facing. Swings over the bowler's head and safe. Safe to get 1. Fobs is looking for 2. Newman wasn't interested. So 135 for 7. Clark in the final over. Wide and the ball driven off drive out to mid off. 1-1 again. No boundaries, only singles. The ply of the fielding team, they don't mind this at all. Fobs to face. I think this is the final ball. Swings in the air. Dropping short, but just 1-1. So the Barracudas attempting an extra one. A bit comedic at the last part. But it's the end of the over and end of the innings for the Barracudas. They ended at 138 for 7. Not a bad score. The Hainswick Sharks will have to give chase to 139 for victory in 120 balls. But we're about to see the resumption of play as the Sunny Point Sharks will be giving chase to a total of 138. They try to overhaul that for victory. The Barracudas appear to be confident. Runs on the board is runs on the board. As we have two batsmen going out for the Sunny Point Sharks. It looked like the opening batsmen are the same pair that opened in the very first game. You see Jatin Patel out there definitely for sure. You see Jatin Patel, he looked like he will face the non-striking batsman. Appears to be it looks like a substitute in player. It looks like Jerry Louis, but he wasn't on the field. But we'll verify that for you in a minute. First ball at dot ball. After every ball like that, their confidence will be going that they'll be able to defend this small score. Three runs played out into the offside. Poor throw-in, and the quick feet of Patel and Louis were able to get 3 runs on the board. Louis to face. Tucked into the outside and a money single. Like I hear, Patel was down the track. 4 without loss. Patel slaps it to the outside. Will get runs down to third man. At least one. In fact, one is all he'll get. The score moves up by 1 to 5. 5 without loss. Louis tucks it into the onside, gets 1. Well, Patel is no joke when it comes to running between the wickets. He's doing a very good job so far, as we see Louis rehearsing his shot. Again, he plays it into backward point area, exploring the possibility of a single. Negative, says Jeremiah Louis. 6 without loss. 4 to Patel, 2 to Louis. Louis will face. Taking guard now. Plucks him to the man behind the stump. He too is making his mark, as Jeremiah Louis did. In terms of his guard, it looks like he's batting on the center stump. We have a spinner from the southern end. Left arm spinner. Looks like Philip. Philip to Louis. And that one is sent to the night sky deep down into the wide mid-on area. They get 2. As that one wasn't timed well, more power than timing. Just lofted it into the onside. And they were able to get 2. Louis on to 4, the score 1 to 8. Here he comes again. Changing feeling. Push back down the track. Misfield by the bowler. Single by the batsman. Damage control by the man from mid-off who sprinted around in the mid-on area to do the damage control. Patel to face. Louis on 5, Patel is on 4. 9 without loss. Punch to the offside. Find the gap. There's a chase. The fielder should pull it back in now. The invitation from the ropes at the bet of the ball. It's 4 runs to Patel. Now. 8 to Patel, 5 to Jeremiah Louis. Philip to continue. Nice punch through the covers, making up from all those misses he had in the field. Patel. Here comes Philip. Drives again, but this time straight to the man. A short extra cover. Looks like Newman there. Edge and through block. Intelligent edge. That one will go down to the boundary for 4. No, he doesn't take it. It's buys. He didn't touch it. 4 buys. That one beat everybody. Beat Patel, beat the wicketkeeper. He had some bounce, he had some turn. $17 without loss. A lofted drive to the offside. That should go to the boundary. Gets there now, yes. No nonsense mode is Patel. Well, Patel is on 12, Louis on 5, extras 4, 21. No wicket down. Sorry, that was Newman bowling. This one is Solomon, Rian Solomon. His first over yielded 6 runs. And we see a shot into the deep backward square, a swing by Louis. Successful as we had some poor feeling at the boundary. It's now 25, Louis on 9. Solomon just struck for a boundary. Second ball of his second over. Another swing into the onside. This time around cow corner, no one is out there. It's 4 runs. It was short and got the treatment it deserved. 2 back-to-back boundaries. Louis moves on by 4 to 13. This one, Ariel, this one knocked back into the field, dropped. In fact, he saved 6 runs. Man down at backward square leg, getting a lot of work to do. He had a boundary misfield, and now he had a chance to take a catch, but was already over the boundary. He simply knocked it back into the field and saved 2 runs. 2 more runs to Louis, 2 more runs to the score. Solomon goes out. Man and third man comes in. The 2 fielders, backward square leg, and a deep and wide long on. Single to Louis. As he tucks that into the offside. They're well on their way to giving chase to this total. A rare dot ball. Gets a word of applause from the fielders. Solomon bowling to Patel. Rising above his head, his chest, shoulder area. Going through to the keeper. Pluck. None for 17 for 5, Solomon. Into the going area down the leg side. Exasperated shout. Two overs, none for 17. Had 4 struck off him, both by Louis. Oh, it's Newman to continue, it appears. Coming from around the wicket, left arm orthodox. His deep men are mid wicket and long on. Again, Louis tucks it into the outside and goes a quick single. Patel is there. And they're looking for extra one. No, it's not on. It's now 33. 17 to Louis, 12 to Patel, 4 extras. 33 without loss. Patel to face Newman. Shot and cut. He finds the gap. finds the boundary rope. 4 runs to Patel. Louis is looking for some help. In fact, he's disposing with some of his guards. The side guards, as he realizes the ball is not getting up much. If they're going to continue with Solomon and spin, he has decided to free himself of some extra gear. Meanwhile, Patel is motoring along nicely. He has struck some lovely drives through the offside. He's on 16, waiting Newman now. Again, he slaps it short, but this time finds the fielder, straight to the fielder. No run. Second time for the over. He's finding the boundary, picking the gap. Played much earlier this time rather than waited on it. Got into the gap between extra cover and mid off. 4 runs to Patel. 16 off for 20 to Patel. This time he's going over the head of the bowler. A straight 6. Oh yes, and it seems as if Patel has an appointment for 11 o'clock, and so he's rushing along. Newman awaits his field to get ready. It appears to be a bowl. Just when he was in good nick, he made some room, but that one kept straight with the arm and knocked over the off stump. So Patel goes. First wicket down. In fact, the ball was Kadeem Phillip. And left arm, we have 3 players with a similar body build. Kadeem Phillip, Tariq Newman, and the largest of the 3 is Rakeem Caldwell. All spinners. But it looks now Tariq Newman. It looked like Tariq Newman coming to the bowling attack now, because the other 2 players who has a body shape like him are all accounted for. Kadeem Phillip is accounted for. Rakeem Caldwell is at slip. And so this must be Tariq Newman. Field set. A ring of fielders just on the edge of the fielding restrictions. Newman chopped into the offside is Louis. And they both agreed that there was no one in that. I concur. Tariq going around the wicket to Louis. Cut on cut hard. 2 attempts to field. Effective in that there is no one 2 dot balls. Louis isn't ready. Pulls away. driven into the offside. Ball blocked by his own foot. Just stays in the pitch. No run. 3 dot balls. Trying to build pressure. Barracuda is trying to build some pressure. The Sharks got off to a good start with Patel and Louis. Now Louis is consolidating. Cuts again straight to the fielder. Four dot balls. And a third sweep, paddle sweep, doesn't work. That's 5 dot balls. What will this pressure bring? Runs or wicket? Let's see what Louis will do. As Newman is ready to finish out his over. Finish strong, he's being urged on. Push back down the wicket, and that looks like a maiden over, the first maiden for the match. And Philip will continue, it appears. Dylan Leading, the new batsman. In the local league, he plays for Sandy Point. He hails from Sandy Point. But on this occasion, he's all sharked up. Hainsmith Sharks. Just jogging around, trying to get the circulation going. He's about to face Philip. In fact, it's Cornwall who has taken over. Raheem Cornwall, the off spinner. So he's spin and more spin from the opposing team, Cornwall. So he swings and asks, and he gets it. He gets the wicket. Dylan Liddy goes for a duck. He's facing just 2 balls. Leg before to Cornwall, 0. It's 2 for 47. It was short. His eyes lit up and he looked to swing it into the onside. But that one had a bit more pace on it. Struck him plumb in front. Again, there's an inquest, but no luck this time. Clark is the man. Facing in his first match, he had 48. He was denied a half century. This time he's down the track. Sending it wrong to Cornwall, and Clark is going for a duck. Cornwall picks up a lovely catch. His athleticism belies his size. And Clark is disappointed with himself because it was a rank long hop that he couldn't do anything with. And he's able to push it down the track, and Cornwall was diving to his left, picked it up, and rolled over. Made it a spectacular event. So it's now 47 for 3. Clark, a big score going. He's been replaced by Sharma. So Clark had 48 in his first game, but as I say, you're as good as your next match, and in this match, 0. Cornwall, 2 wickets, no runs. Sharma trying to get away, but the field is tight. There's no one in that. Louis, the source of wisdom, sending him back. Cannot afford to lose the 4th one now. They need to rebuild. Cornwall. This time they take a quick single. So Cornwall, a very successful first over. 1-1, yielding just 1-1, picking up 2 wickets. The wicket of Clark and the wicket of Dylan Liddy. Both for 0. It's now 48 for 3. Here is Louis with the consolidation period. He was tucked up for a maiden over last time, and Cornwall just bowled 1 over for 1-1. So it's pressure building. Louis into the onside, gets the 1. In fact, no, that's Sharma facing. Sharma was the one to get his single off of Cornwall, and so he was facing. So it's 1 more 1, 49 for 3. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Maiden over and then over with 1-1. Drive to the offside is Louis. Out to the cover. Man doing some mopping up work there as the ball came through the cover area, but not going to the boundary. Sharma swinging down to the onside, that one in the fine leg area. Well, he has resigned to think that he'll get to the boundary, and it does. 4 runs to Sharma. A late sweep, an effective sweep. Missing everything is Sharma. He comes again. Cuts, and again, excitement from the wicketkeeper as that one pass close to the edge. Ball waves to Cornwall. Slight change in the field. This is the last over. A backward square goes in short. Man out in the cover boundary, providing some coverage. Swing down the leg side. Chance for 1 out. Is he there? Well, they have to make an on-field decision. In fact, it's a wide. A 1 and a wide. So it's 2 runs. 3 wickets down. Score just past 50. Defensive stroke, pushing it out to the offside is Louis. 7 overs bowled. Score 56 for 3. No doubt Connor will continue after that very successful over. Louis getting rid of more protective gear. He has exchanged his helmet for a hat. He's on a non-striking end, but it's 2 spinners on, so I guess he feels safe to do that. Sharma to face Cornwall. Cornwall anxious to go further into the batting of the Sharks. Shark and Bake. A tease by Sharma. A block by Sharma. Teasing Cornwall by pushing his leg down the track as if to say he's coming, and then pulls back. But Cornwall wasn't full. Kept it right up to the bat. Here comes Cornwall again. A late dab. Thrown to the third man area. Gets 1. 2. Easy 2 for Sharma. It's now 58. 58 for 3. Waited ever so late to play that one and was successful. Swinging into the onside. Slug sweep. Ball will run away. Giving chase. 1, 2. 1, 2, 4. Fielders not able to converge on that one. 2 persons give chase. Fine leg, short fine leg, and backward square. 4 to Sharma. Second 4 of the night in a similar fashion. Sweeping. Getting it in fine into the onside. Should make it 60 for 3. An attempted quick single. No shouts, Louis. We can hear it all the way up here in the commentary box. That was a loud no. Clear no. Good communication, we would say. Sharma again. Swinging again. This time. No doubt about that one. No chase this time. As the ball goes 1, 2 bounces into the boundary. 64. No, this time it's Louis who made that sweep shot. Connecting cleanly. And this time he's over made off. Looking for more ones. He'll get them too. Another 4 from Louis. Louis responding to Cornwall by roughing him up a bit. Sharma to face this time. Left arm around the wicket. Short. An attempted pull. Will she call wide? It looks like it was a wide. No, she changed her mind. Nudged into the onside. Picked up by short mid wicket. There are two closing fielders there for the miscued drive, the miscued and drive. And so the bowler is throwing up into the pads to get that drive. Short slapped into the outside this time through the gap. They'll get runs. How many I don't know. How many I know now. It's 4 now. 4 runs, 4 beautiful looking runs to Sharma. Defensive walk now, followed that boundary. Ball up onto the bat, driven out to mid-off. The man in the mid-off area collects it cleanly. Just 1-1. Should be 68 for 3. Sharma and Louis consolidating the Sharks' run as they lost 3 quick wickets to the score on 47. Leans back, pushes it to the outside. Enough time for a single. It should be now 73 for 3. You're dead, and so I call it early. The learn well by 11:30, come to me 11:30. East Park, they just come to the East Park, they're going to come right by the first building. And I weekend you're playing on top of the new bowler. Can't walk at a bit of roughing up last over, and so we have a bowling change. This look like Alvin Cyril. On drive, straight to the man there at short mid wicket. No run. Tucked into the offside, out to cover. I get 1. Louis looking for 2. It's not on. Sharma turned his back on him. Yes, lovely. Tucked into the third man area. No one down there, vacant position. 4 runs to Sharma. Just using the pace of the bowler and tucking it. Now they're looking to plug that gap. Taking a man from the onside to enter the short third man area. How will he respond to that? Will he just reach forward and turn it into the onside for the single because there are acres of space between fine leg And in fact, he does. Just what I thought. And they could look for two? No. The bowler had to run around to do his own fielding. So smart cricket by Sharma, tucking it down to third man for four. And then when they tried to plug the gap, he just knocked into the vacant position to pick up a single. So 5 runs off of 2 balls. Louis to face this time. He's doing the same thing, tucking it into the onside. Easy single. And again, they took it into the onside, but this time they're looking for 2, and this time they will get it 2. As the bowler runs on into that vacant wicket area. 2 runs, keeping the scoreboard ticking. I think the man at short extra cover should go over. Allow Khan Civil to cover the offside rather than try to run into the onside to cover those runs. '83 for 3, engine ever so closely as the Sharks to victory. Shot slapped into the offside. In fact, into the onside, dragged into the onside from outside the off stump by Louis. Only 1-1. Not happy with his bat. He's asking for a change. Change everything. He changed his hat for a helmet. Changed his thigh guards. Now he's wanting to change his bat. He didn't like the way that came off the bat. Here is Sharma to face up. Short, tucked into the outside. This time we'll get the one easily indeed. At the ball, as the ball goes to the right of the backward point fielder. And they pick up a single. It's now 84 for 3. 52 more runs it looks like. To leave draw level. 53 for victory. Sharma facing. And Sharma, no nonsense. Throwing that one up into the players' pavilion for a maximum. The umpire raises her arms to prove that she is sure. In fact, that was Louis. Sharma's on the non-strikers and Louis. No nonsense mode. Louis getting on with it. Goes again. 1 out? No. Sharma is back. Didn't connect well. Here is Louis. Into the outside. Finds the gap. Has to come off the cover boundary as they come in for 2 easily. Yes, we were on 84, then 6 to 91, then 2 runs, 93 for 3. Hainsmick Sharks looking for victory, led by the man Jordan Louis. Louis on 34. 3 fours and 1 big 6 just now. There is a change of bat. He already changed his hat. He already changed off his tie pads. And so Sharma will be one facing up to Alvin Civil. He had 1 over for 10 ones. And Leader just had a over for 10 ones as well, Josh Leader. Here is Civil. Covering up, waiting, says well, they've moved the cover fielder and plugged him in the gap on the onside. Civil, a pleasant drive, pass Cornwall, will not get a boundary. No, in fact, no, he doesn't pass Cornwall. Cornwall is an excellent fielder, moves well for his size. Cut away, out to cover. This time he gets the one. Louis on 34. That one goes through. Is it buys or did he sneak it? No, he didn't sneak it. Buys, 4 buys. Well, they're taking ones however they can get them. Buys, leg buys, 6s, 4s. This time, Pluck is able to pluck that one. Missed the last one, gave away 4 buys. Louis is resourcing the shot as he missed 2. Here is Alvin Civil. Pushed out to Cornwall. They're not taking any chances with the big man. Sharma has 27. Leader to continue. Asking, and gets him 2. Leg before. Leader picks up the first wicket. $98 for 4. Well, the Hainsmith Sharks require 41 runs from 47 balls left. leader, a national footballer as well, playing for the St. Paul's Barracudas, looking to defend a small total of 138. They're almost halfway there, 4 wickets down. Again, given down to Cornwall, no run. And Newman Equus is Kevin Ezel. 2 dot balls to him so far. Leader. Tucked into the outside, they're asking, exploring. Nothing is there. Adjustments to the field now. Fielders going back, expecting that after the pressure built up, they'd want to release that pressure, and so the field is going back to accommodate big hitting. Instead, it's blocked into the outside. Good bowling, another dot ball. Josh Senna, leader of St. Paul's fame. Here comes the drive, but straight to Cornwall at that short infield, short mid-on, almost on the pitch, looking for that lofted drive. Well, he's going to come down to the wire, this one. I think 13 overs bowled. Louis having everything changed now. He should be satisfied. New bat. No tiger hat, no helmet, just a hat. Spinners come back and he drives to the outside, out to the man. The man out there doing sweeper work, so they get only 1-1. Louis goes to 35 from 30 balls. Kevin is there to face. On a batted cut, just stab down into the pitch. Here is Isdale again to face up. A drive, aiming to lift it over the bowler's head, but that one catching the inner portion of the bat and just going out to the man there in mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Had it not been that for that plug, that could have been 2 runs, but the gap was plugged. Swinging and connecting well. A good slug sweep from outside the off stump. Not much danger, not much risk in that. And pulled it into the onside. 4 runs from Kevin Esdale. An offside drive resulting in a single. So they've suddenly passed the 100 mark now, whittling down the total. It's now high 30s left to achieve. Louis, 30 balls, 35. Louis trying to go after a wide one, doesn't make contact, overcomes to an end. Leader continues. Again, Louis looking for anything to run after, but Kevin Ezell is not interested. Josh Leader. Full toss straight back at him. He was doing more survival rather than trying to catch that ball, trying to get out of the way because he was struck very firmly at his face. He just stuck up his hand to try to prevent it from hitting him. It ricocheted out to the man at mid-off. They got a single. Asking, gets it. Louis not very much impressed, but he has to go. The umpire Maloney is sending him on his way. Leg before the leader. Yet another successful over for leader, picking up the wicket of Louis. Louis was the main scorer so far for the Sharks. Top score 35 from 32. Leg before to Josh Leader. And the Barracudas are very jubilant indeed. They've started singing. They're only halfway there. They're 5 wickets down. The 5 top batsmen gone. Leader has 2.3 overs. 2 for 11. So it's now 105 for 5. Leader to continue. Ooh, that one missed the stump by just a few centimeters. .34 from 33. Asking, plumb in front. Wicket number 6 goes down. Duck. That was a younger Louis, Jackson Louis. Leg before wicket. The leader for 0. This one now is commanding this bit. He picked up 2 wickets, did his job as the opening bowler. Now he's called upon to do his job as a bat. His leader, this bit, driven, was looking for the single, but it's not there. Another successful over, very successful over from Senna, as his nickname. Dons his cap now, walks away, but he's pushed back the Sharks in a very precarious position. And then to make matters worse, the other man who has 2 wickets will come back. That's Cornwall. So it's now down to Esdell and Nisbet to try to bring some semblance of attack to this bowling and to see if they can get those 30-odd runs. Cornwall is no slouch with the ball. He knows what he's doing. He's setting his field. He brings in the mid-off. Mid-wicket is back. Down the leg side, asking, but even from this point, you could see he's down the leg side. Cornwall to Esdell as the game gets tighter. Push down to the vacant position in mid-on, gets one. Nisbet to face now. Here's Cornwall. A swing in the wicket. The hands of Miss Gums, they don't move. But Cornwall is making like a battle cry asking for that one. No success. Nisbet was in the middle of the wicket looking for an almighty swing. He goes again, but straight to the fielder. The players already singing Nana Nana goodbye. Cornwall has picked up his 3rd wicket. The man Nisbet going caught in the mid-on, long-on area. But he's being coached now by Esdell, but too late for that. Cornwall to continue, just picking up the wicket, looking for another one. Nudged out into the offside. No run. End of the over. 106 for 7. It required 33 runs from 24 balls. Lewis is the new man in, Elijah Lewis. He has joined with Kevin Esdell. And Josh Leader is the bowler. Everybody in St. Kitts knows him as Senna. One known for his football prowess with the champion team. A full toss, slap down to the long on. They're looking for two, but the ball is back with Leader already. Good feeling. 1-1 will not do. They need a little more than 6 runs and over, so they need about 2 runs every ball. $107 for 7. They need 32 more runs from 23 balls. Elijah Lewis is a new man at the crease. What can he do? What can he do for the Sharks? Shark and Bake. Covers up, pushes it into the arm side. No possibility of a run. The equation gets tighter. With each passing dot ball, the equation gets tighter. And the barcoder seems to know this. Up into the black hole, asking for a bowl down, but well blocked by Elijah Lewis. Not looking for runs, but just looking to survive is Lewis. Here is Leader again. Driven, but straight to Cornwall, who fields cleanly and threatens to throw down the stump. Another dot ball. More pressure. Philly retreats to accommodate the big hitting. There is no big hitting, only blocking. Lewis not known for his big hitting. He's just staying there. He's the number 9 batsman. Here is Leader. Opens the face with the bat. He should get a single this time, just forward of square. On the offside, gets the single. That is not good enough. 2 runs off the over. Very good over from Leader. I think that ends his spell. Yes, Leader is finished. Yes, he has had his 4 overs. Picked up 3 wickets. He led some 14 runs. Cornwall to continue. Lewis to face. Well, fortunes have changed. At one point it looked as if the Sunnybank Sharks would run away with it, but Barracudas are back in it. Lewis dabs down to 3rd man. As there was interest in it, Lewis sent him back. His teammates in the pavilion not happy with that type of running. Where will these runs come from? Cornwall in. Lifted over his head. That looks like it's going down to the boundary. Yes, it gets there. One answer to my question. Lofted drive. But they need much more than that. They need at least a boundary every over among maybe two singles. 1 6 point, little more than one a ball. This too is Cornwall's last over. The mid-on and mid-half have retreated as the ball is touched down the wicket by Lewis. A boundary followed by 2 dot balls. Somebody need to send him the script. You need to be scoring not just the boundary but singles as well. Again he goes for it, but this time Cornwall has covered down on the boundary, the long off boundary. Lewis gets 1. In fact, it's a no ball and so a free hit. A chance for the Sharks to get back into the equation. Field changes as the batsman crossed. And Esdell will see what he can do with a free hit. Can only be out 1 out from a free hit. Second one we've seen for the night. Here is Cornwall. And swung. Knocked down by Jimbo Cornwall. So no one, a very successful free hit for the Sharks. Yielded 0 runs, no damage. Esdell. Asking. No, said Miss Gomes. Malone is the one who has been raising her hands. Gomes hasn't given consent to any leg before appeals. But Cornwall is finished. And so they'll have to resort to Newman and Phillip to finish up these overs. I think 25 runs needed from 12 deliveries, just 2 more overs left. And you can hear the steps of the fat lady coming around the corner by 4th Street, tuning up her voice. The fat lady is about to sing to bring a conclusion to this game. And it looks like it's a great comeback from the Sharks. They were down as Patel and Louis were going hell for leather. Some good bowling by Cornwall and then later on Josh Leader, who both picked up 3 wickets. Now we have the left-hand spinners Phillip and singles wouldn't do Lewis, but he just got 1. You need boundaries and singles. .24 runs required from 11. Pulled hard. And answer to my question, 6 runs. 18 from 10. Here he comes again. Goes again into the gap. 4 runs. 14 from 9. Oh, this is getting good. This is getting close. And he swings again. This time it's in the ground. They go for one. They cross for two and get through easily. Poor throw. Kevin Esdale. No wonder he was looking to get into the strike. 12 from 8. Strikes hard, but this time it's out to long off. There's a man down there. Just 1-1 this time. 11 from 7. What will Lewis do as the fielders retreat to cover the boundary areas? One at backward square. The short mid wicket goes back to the edge of the circle and pulls hard down to backward square. He dives, a desperate dive down there. He knocks it away, and the batsman carelessly only took 1-1. Excellent fielding effort down on the backward square leg boundary. So there's like 10 runs needed now in the last over. But we seem to have a live human scoreboard in the crowd, shouting out to the players the required run rate, and she seems to be very correct. 10 runs, 6 balls, final over. I kept asking where all these runs come from, and every time I ask where the runs come from, the batsman respond. Lewis is the man with the bat. Lewis is the man who has the answer to my question. The captain making sure that everything is in order. Once the boundary rider is not on the boundary but a little off on the inside to prevent the second one. But it's Lewis to face Lewis. Swings. In fact, he swings and misses. His leg stump is rocked back. Head bowed, walking back. The 8th wicket goes. 10 runs still required. 5 balls left. And a new man coming to the crease. Well, this match is proving that runs on the board are truly runs on the board. As we're down to a tantalizing situation now, where the Barracudas, where their best chance of a recovery effort is at the non-striking end. The new man at the crease. Wicket just fell. This looks like Dinell Dixon. The helping you, man. It looks that way. Correct. The body shape, Daniel Dixon. He blocked that one and got a single. Good move to get Kevin Esdell, who seemed to be able to work the ball to the boundary. On strike now. So it's now 4 more deliveries, 9 more runs to win. Esdell. Oh, well bowled. Pitched up, outside our stump, full and outside our stump. Esdell missing. 3 balls to go. 9 ones to get. Definitely a boundary is required. And let's say we prefer a maximum if the Sharks team, if the Shark will get the better of the Barracuda. And he's bowled as well. Yorked him. Went down the track looking for maximum. Now he rehearses. Too late. So there's 2 balls left. 9 ones required. This is where a boundary is required on this over. In this ball rather. Either a 6 or a 4. If it's a 4, you're gonna need 6 on the last ball. If it's a 6, then you need a 4. In fact, you need 2 boundaries. If this one goes for a dot, the game will be practically over. Last man in. Driven down the ground. It will not go into the boundary. They can get 2. They get 2. So they need 7 from 1 ball. Need 7 from 1 ball. Mathematically, it's virtually impossible. They're going to need another ball. And if we get a 6, scores will be tied. Swings and misses. End of the game. Victory to the Sharks over the Barracudas. A very good comeback victory indeed. And so match 6 has ended. The Sharks has defeated the Barracudas. Handshakes all around. And we say goodbye, good night, sleep well until we see you again on Friday for more matches in this cool and smooth T20 24, the St. Kitts version.